Hi everybody, welcome back. You know what it is. It's Deck Techs. We got a bunch of red in the decks today, but a nice variety of things and some definitely some different like ideas here. So we're gonna let's see. Yeah, we have a good place to start here. All right. I'm gonna let me I think we're going to start off today by me contradicting myself because apparently when I was on Maldhound's stream, I said something that seems not correct to me. Seems like so I need to pull up a clip really quick because I said that I would on the previous stream. Because it's important. I especially oh, why is this being so difficult? Uh, it's important to go back over because I say a lot of words. Um, Targ, yes, I'll move yours. I'll move yours to the end, which I think it already is. All right. It would deal damage if it would die this turn. Make a sacrifice at the end of combat. At the end of combat, exile this token. Okay. I think for me that I see what you're trying to do with this is be like, okay, but if you use it like on your opponent's turn to remove something, then you still get to swing with it on your turn. Um, feels not red. Feels not. Oh, I see. Okay, here's a quick one. So, uh, I'm gonna answer this question before we jump in. So when I was on Maldhound stream, I saw a custom card that was a red card submitted by Electman that had some similar like some abilities that we kind of seen before. Um, where it is an instant speed, it deals damage, and then I believe if it destroys the creature, yeah, if the damage kills the creature, then you make a token copy of it with haste that is sacrificed at the end of combat. And I realize now why, because I in the moment I had said, hey, this doesn't feel mono red, and here is why, and this was the missing piece that I wasn't remembering about it. This is an instant speed effect, that is able to create blockers. That is the part of it that does not feel mono red to me. It's not the intent of the card. Clearly, the idea is, oh, I killed your thing, and now I get a temporary clone of it. Then that thing should be sorcery speed. It's just not a thing that red can do at instant speed. Because especially if the creature is getting sacrificed at the end of combat, this is a combat only creature that is just a blocker. If you're playing it anytime other than your own turn, so that's the part that's not mono red. The rest of it, though, dealing damage to a creature, making a temporary copy, and having that copy get sacrificed at combat, all red. Just not doing that combination of things at instant speed. Speaking of mono red, we get to revisit one of my personal favorite submissions. So we have seen this Go-Go Magic Man Adventure Time themed deck from the Twilight Sovereign before, but it's gotten some updates, and we have a little bit more specific requests for this. And you know that it's a good day because, one, full cup of coffee, and two, Nerd Girl in the chat is reminding me to record, but I already started doing that. All right. So, Go-Go the card, super cool. This is one of my favorite designs from the set. 4 mana for a 2/2 at the beginning of combat on your turn, then Go-Go becomes a copy of another creature you control, except it keeps its name, and then both creatures get +2/+0 and haste and have to attack that turn. Phelan, hey, thank you very much. Red, are you not going to be able to make the whole stream? I can shift them around if you need, and let me pull up which one of these things has Kofi. Let's see. I do it all the time, Red. If it's like you have to leave in 10 minutes. Oh, okay, then definitely not. 2 donations just now. Whoa. Oh, and Elect Man. Okay. Yes, yeah, Nerd Girl, I was gonna say that because I am now signed out of Ko-fi on this computer, so I cannot get access to those. Please send me the links if they put them in there. Okay, cool. Well, that's exciting. That means we're up to 7 deck techs for today already, and we got some bangers. Okay. Yeah. So Go-Go, we want good creatures that we're able to make copies of, but this is a little bit more specific than a clone since it gets around the legend rule. It also buffs it, and both of them swing, but you're not getting things like ETBs. Now, what makes this deck special is that it is fully Adventure Time themed. We've gotten Twilight Sovereign has taken full advantage of the tagging system within Moxfield to show this off. So we have a lot of individual cards that are marked out as particular characters, and they are mapped out really well. So Go-Go himself is Magic Man. I think this fits really well as like he's just super weird and wizardy, and I could definitely see him like turning into a copy of something and then provoking it into an attack. We have a lot of characters that I love. I love Pip-Boy 3000. You know this, and this is such a good stand-in for BMO. We have a lot of popular characters. Let's see. We obviously have to have Finn the Human, and Jake, and then like Marceline, Princess Bubblegum, Lumpy Space Princess. But there's also some like deep cuts too. Ooh, Elect Man, hello. Sick. We've got a full day today. I just wanted to point out a couple that this one. Ooh, that's such a good. This is such a good Hunt and Aberdeer. It's like that. Look at that art. But yeah, we've got that. We've got a bunch of deep cuts as well. Red-faced Yeti Mom. I don't even remember that part. Scorcher, Ricardio. And now what's also nice about this is so many of these cards function well with Go-Go mechanically. So like we have the Fiendish Duo here as the lemon grabs. Great, love that flavor. But also, hey, if your Go-Go turns into a Fiendish Duo, you now have 2 damage doublers that are first striking and their power's been buffed. That's great. And as you see, a lot of these other characters pair really well with what Go-Go's trying to do. So the challenge for today is, let me pull up exactly what Twilight Sovereign said. One card that would have a better, that I think I could improve on, like, hey, we've got a BMO card, but I have a card that matches BMO even better, something like that. And or one character from the show that deserves a card and my suggestion for it. So I had some fun with this. So we saw a lot of the main characters. I felt like the core cast was represented really well, except for one character, and I want to know if any of you can point it out. So here we're just gonna go through. So we have Abe Lincoln, of course, on the moon, Balding Hedgewitch, BMO, Betty, Billy. Here we have alternate universe Cake and Fiona is also in there. Chill Farmer Death. This is such a good match. Look at that are excellent. Crystal Apple and Crystal Apple Guardian. Echoing Worm. We have a card to represent Finn versus Fern, and like the color palette matches that so well. There's Finn, Fiona. We have a Hero's Sword. We have Gulb. There's Jake, Lumpy Space Princess, Marceline, Marceline's dad, Moltolarvo, Princess Bubblegum, the Psychic War Elephant, Red-Faced Yeti Mom, Ricardio, Scorcher, Susan Strong, Cosmic Owl, the Enchiridion. There's a part of me that does wish that this was a book, but I do think like what this does seems is like the flavor for that is so powerful that I'm okay with this. Then Lemon Grabs and the Lich, and those are everything. So does anybody notice a character that I think we definitely would consider a core character that is not represented here? Because one in particular stuck out to me. Electman. Is that a triple for you today? And Electman has picked out the character that I felt was missing. There's no Ice King. So I dug deep to try and find an appropriate card for Ice King, because check the note on the last donation. I cannot, but if Nerd Girl can relay that to me, that would be good. But she'll probably do that in a moment. Yeah, there's no Ice King here. The struggle though is we're in mono red and we need to represent a character whose core power is based in an element that is not typically in red's color pie. So here's what I have, and I have a couple options. I want to see what you all think it would be the best choice here. So first of all, I went with Snow. I went with Snow. Who's Go-Go supposed to be? Go-Go is Magic Man. Um. Uh-oh. I don't know where that would have went. uh. It's got to be like unlabeled, right? I meant to do a search on it. Okay, yeah, here we go. Um, so there's not a lot in the way of snow creatures that are totally in red. We have Stalking Yeti, which I felt like the stalking part definitely Ice King. Uh, he is a stalker, um, and he enters and like fights somebody, and he kind of like there's also the ability to enter and he returns to your hand. So this is kind of him like popping in, like being like, "Hey, I'm here to ruin the vibe. Wow, we're and now pew pew, I fight you, and then poof, I'm gone." I thought that was pretty good. And then the other mono red snow creature is a rhyme scale dragon, which also is like this also makes some sense to me. Like he's a little stronger and flies, cool. Or there he's also really annoying. This thing taps creatures and they don't untap. It's like a weird prison dragon in red. So I felt like both of these both they had the icy feel to them and had mechanics that that you could match to Ice King. But I do have two other options. What about Zozu? Uh, Zozu is like, you know, little goblin-y guy up in the icy mountains. Has super annoying ability, where he's just like constantly poking at you. Um, and also big long pointy nose. So these are my three front runners that I think for Ice King. I have one last option if you don't, because if you don't feel that these match particularly well. This is my last one. If you can't have the Ice King, you might as well have his crown. Hilda's Crown of Winter is I feel like an ideal match for the Ice King's crown, and it does have a relevant ability for your deck. You constantly want to be going to combat and getting a free tap on your own turn is pretty solid for the deck, and it gives some card draw later in the game, because don't forget you don't have to tap this to use a second ability. Don't we also have the Crown of Madness? I think so. We or like the card exists. The Crown of, yeah, it's not in the deck, but the Crown of Madness I also looked at, and while the word madness fits very well, since the crown is the reason that he went mad, I felt like this ability was more relevant, and it being an ice crown. But yeah, it's hard. Hello, Cosmic. Thank you. Yeah. And then, ooh, okay. And the suggestion for Grenzo, I think Grenzo is also like has a. Oh, does Grenzo have a tag? Where did you go, Grenzo? Oh, he's already in here. He's already in here. That's why. So you talk to me, everybody, because those were the ones that were on my personal list, and here are the benefits and the downsides. I think Zozu, I think, is the one that looks the most like Ice King. Still has the icy flavor, annoying ability. Downside, this is not a great effect with Go-Go. It's just not going to be super relevant. Go-Go does not want to turn into this. It doesn't match mechanically with the deck. Stalking Yeti is flavorful with the stalking part, ice themed, and has the little bit of like I'm provoking people by fighting them. It does mean that there would have to be a shift to support snow mana, ideally, so you could use second ability, but this deck is running 32 basics. So if you are willing to turn those into snow lands, I don't think that's a problem. This is also one that's like not great for Go-Go because it's an ETB ability, so Go-Go does not get to copy that, and the ability to return it to your hand is sorcery speed only. So that's also not going to be really useful in this deck that wants to swing. Let's see. And then Rhyme Scale Dragon, same thing. We'd really want to swap over to snow basics. This one is definitely a better. I think it's probably this is the best target for Go-Go out of the three creatures, just because it's big flyer, and it does do a really annoying thing that does help you go to combat. And then Umaro is here. Umaro is here, and I think this would be a decent choice for the Ice King, but he does like the randomness is kind of fun, but I don't think he fits as well mechanically. So these would be my options, and I think I would definitely lean more towards the snow creatures if you're willing to swap out mountains for snow mountains. Whoop. Okay. But there was another question. There's a lot of really like characters that Twilight Sovereign really nailed here. That I think the flavor for is excellent. Like Prosperous Bandit for Lumpy Space Princess. Mwah. That's very funny. But is there one that I feel like we could have done better? And the one that I really thought we could improve on is the Lich. Because I see what you're going for here, where Dreadhorde Arcanist is one of the few mono red zombies, and like zombies and wizards. Like I don't know that there's another mono red zombie wizard period. But man, this thing is so weak for like the big bad villain of the whole series. And that really threw me off. So I did some thinking, I did some soul searching, and I realized there actually is a perfect mono red card for this. That is the Lich. That is the Lich. Even has like the animal skull with horn, like, man, art art is totally the Lich. And then also both of the Nehebs um have a much grander feel to them. Like this matches like big bad villain. Um and then if we also look at like how this functions within your go-go deck, both of these do relevant things. Neheb the Eternal, of course, the more powerful one of the two. Uh, you've just hit somebody or some people for some damage. Here, get double the red mana for all of that to spend after combat. And that's especially good because for Go-Go, you have to spend some mana before combat because you're likely going, all right, now put a creature into play, or now put Go-Go into play so I can now haste both those things and swing with them. This allows you to then continue to develop your board afterward. And then if you went with Neheb the smaller, then similar thing. You can rifle through your deck because you get both triggers. That would be one before the other. So you would dig through so many cards to get to what you needed. So I think either of these makes an excellent Lich. All right. I'll give you one bonus too. I think Gimli of the Glittering Caves is a solid choice for Susan Strong. You know, it's like kind of the right build. You know, wants to go to combat and cares about legendary creatures. So, you know, cares about friends. But I really felt like we could match better. We could get a strong woman in there. So here are my options for that. Wait, is this not? Oh, I don't know what the in-universe version of that card is. Does anybody know what the name of the in-universe version of Holga from the D&D Secret Lair is? I think I can look this up. Or wait, because there is one, right? Jurin. Well, that doesn't work then. Okay. So that's, can I now switch the printing for this? Yes. Okay. All right. Here are my suggestions for Susan Strong. Caves of Chaos Adventurer. I just like this card. And you know, it's got some Susan Strong vibes. Like I also feel like taking the initiative is like her just kind of running in and boom, boom, boom. It's a great target for Go-Go. Because you still are going to get the attack trigger. Uh, Holga. I mean, like, I don't I don't know if this is cheating or not. Like, this is already established character, but I guess we've used that for some other cards as well. Uh, this also good go target. Um, you're going to be pumping your team a whole bunch twice, and then I think Lovisa Cold Eyes also, you get that like cares about friends kind of vibe. Definitely has the right Susan Strong look. And there are few warriors and like one berserker in this deck, but otherwise the ability is not as relevant. So I think getting a match that also functions well in the deck, both of these are better choices. All right, what are you all saying in the chat right now? Let's see. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not a good show watcher. If the show has come out within the past like 5 years, I probably haven't seen it. Mm. Okay. So yeah, I think this is like my ideal for a thematic deck. There's really been a lot of love in picking out representations for all these different characters and making sure that they function within like the deck, so it's not just, hey, I just want to show you this collection of cards that that has shirtless guys on it, but those cards don't have any sort of game plan at all, so we can't play a realistic game of Magic the Gathering. This is a good functional deck that also has that theming all throughout, and that's beautiful. So yeah, let me drop this in the chat for Twilight Sovereign, and then we will move on to the next. All right. You all really are playing, I think, to my heart in these submissions recently, because this is a Kalane Reclusive Painter deck submitted by Rob the Princess, and this is not an uncommon commander. It is an uncommon commander. See, it's got the uncommon symbol, but this is a commander that has been done before. I've seen this commander plenty of times. I've never seen it done this way. I've never seen this deck approached in this way, and man, I love it. Okay, so Kalane, the card itself, a black and a red for a 1/2, enters, makes a treasure, and then other creatures you control enter the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on them for each mana you used from a treasure to cast that spell. Okay, yeah. Pretty straightforward. A lot of people do make this as a treasure deck or make this as a +1/+1 counters matter deck. Fine. I have never seen this done So I'm gonna go over the blurb from Rob the Princess that was introduced that was sent along with the deck. So I have a cool idea and it needs shaping. I have a lot of cuts I could use a hand on. I'm focusing on sunburst and artifact creatures with Kalane. The trouble is finding the balance between treasure makers and great artifact creatures that will scale with Kalane. I also, land base is mixed. I could lean into Sunburst even further and include more lands like Gateway Plaza, but it feels like overkill, and the other side wants to cut all the tap lands and lean on only treasures. But having multicolor lands helps the deck stand out and helps the Sunburst without the treasures, because you're not always going to have treasures for every spell. So for those of you who don't know what this mechanic is, because there are not a lot of cards in the game period that use Sunburst, and the majority of them are bad. This is a deck that I think would have been god awful up until recently. We just got this card, Solar Array. Taps for mana, and when you cast an artifact spell, the next artifact spell this turn, it gains Sunburst. So the Sunburst ability is just a spell has Sunburst. If it's a creature, it enters with a counter for every different color of mana you spent to cast it. If it's not a creature, it enters with that many charge counters. So the more different colors of mana you can spend on it, the bigger it is when it enters the battlefield. We already had this one from a few sets ago. I think this was originally printed in Dominaria United. Whenever you cast an artifact creature spell, it gains Sunburst. And then we also have a bunch of artifacts from back in the day from Fifth Dawn that also have this ability innately. But I've never seen anybody think to do this in limited colors like just Rakdos by using treasures or anything else that gives you access to other colors of mana. So using treasures, you can reliably pay, like, 4 or the full 5 different colors for your spells to get them to come in. It's kind of hot. So that means if you cast like Stone Coil Serpent for 5 mana, normally it comes in with 5 counters. But if it has Sunburst and you spend a total of 5 mana, that could come in as a 10/10. Oh yes, converge, right. So we see that there is a big mix of artifact creatures, because the 2 cards that are in here that can grant Sunburst only give it to artifact spells. So we see a lot of those. Yeah, the Walker's also excellent for this. But then we have ways to generate treasures as well. I'm a big generous plunderer fan. I need to get myself a handful of these, because I just really like what this does for most decks. If you have any sort of synergy with treasures or group hug or dealing damage, I think this card is very good. You have some classics in the treasure archetype: Facebreaker, Zorn, Grim Hireling. And then you have also some things that kind of synergize with this concept. Stuff like Arcbound Crusher. So we have it's 4 generic mana, so it could get up to 4 additional counters if you Sunburst it. But it has modular. So if it dies, you can put all of its counters, doesn't matter how it got those counters, you can move all of those onto something else, like our Hanger Backwalker or something. Cool. Love that. Some other cute ways that that Rob Prince was able to use this idea. Let me see, where are you? Because things that care about how big they are also really relevant. Giggling Skitterspike. This cares about its own power. And so normally you have to spend 4 mana. It comes in as a 1/1. You have to do more things to make it bigger. But this could just enter as a 5/5. That's great. That's beautiful. I love it. Also, I do want to show you all some of the... So these were some of the original Sunburst cards. They were not good, but I think you have to keep them in because Sunburst does stack. If something has 2 instances of Sunburst, it will get 2 counters per color of mana that you use to spend it. Also, this deck does... Nobody else has this deck. Nobody's built this deck. So, you have to also include these bad Sunburst cards because that's part of the fun and uniqueness of the deck. Solarian, this is cool. Oh yes, and that's a good point as well. Rather Prince is pointing out, like, don't forget, you also get the +1/+1 counter boost from Kalane's ability. So these things are most likely entering with 2 +1/+1 counters per treasure you've spent. I love Giggling Skitter Spikes so much. The things I would do for this in the command zone. But yeah. Yeah, it's tough to trying to do that with like Rocco or something because this works at 4 mana. It is it is hard to do at 7 mana. Yeah. We see just some other synergistic choices here on particularly board wipes that are -X's, so that your creatures are probably real big. You can cast these for lower numbers to wipe everything else out on the board. We have some board wipes that lean into our themes. Even some fun stuff here. I don't think there's a point where this matters. I forgot to... I noted this before and then I was like, I should go back and check to see if there is anything, but I don't think so. But I just find it funny. You can cast the Ozolith with Sunburst. Since it's not a creature, it can only come in with charge counters. But it then could move its charge counter from Sunburst onto something, but there's no card that cares about that, and it's not important. I just thought it was really cute. So, initially, this deck was submitted with 130 cards. This was my first round of cuts. For the most part, I was just looking for cards that don't do enough, cards that are not thematic enough, or cards, yeah, those two things. So there were a couple versions of equipments that make treasures. I don't think they're particularly good here because of the investment that you have to put in. We don't have creatures that are good at getting in. So like Prying Blade and Goldvein Pick were the worst of these because you have to be able to hit somebody with the creatures, and we are probably not good at doing that until we've already played a large creature that we needed the treasures for. I don't think that this deck needs a Lightning Greaves. It's, if you need to fill spots, that's fine, but we're looking for cuts. Liquid Metal Torque, unless there was something cute that I was missing with this, I think I just would much rather have a rock that produces other colors, like Felwar Stone. I mean, like, there's always cuteness to be had with that second ability, but I think it's just more useful to guarantee I have a rock that produces colors for the Sunburst effect. Hydro Constrictor doesn't do enough. Synergizes with counters, giving the menace, not enough. Also not an artifact. Mithril Coat, there's nothing in here that we care that much about protecting. If they kill a big thing that we have, we just make another big thing. Shiny Impetus, I think this card is overrated. It's fine, but I think there are things that goad better. I think there are things that create treasures better. This also relies on my opponent having something good to put this on. So I'm just not a fan of the card. Sword of Truth and Justice. I mean, this is a generically good card, and synergizes with +1/+1 counters. But I don't think that. I think this excels the most when we're going wide with counters, or we have things that are more rare counters to proliferate, and I don't think that we need this effect here. This I see Rob the Prince, you're putting this up here. So you said this is a treasure maker that can be sunbursted, but it checks both of those boxes since it's an artifact creature and makes treasures. These were some of my last ones on the cut list. Undercity Scrounger, Gonti, and Prosper. Like, these are just Prosper and Gonti are just like generically fine cards. And Undercity Scrounger does have that like, it's it makes you feel good because it is such a specific thing. The reasons for these cuts are this doesn't do enough. We don't care about sunbursting this card at all. Sunbursting it does nothing for us. Because the most you're doing is 3. So let's say in Magical Christmas Land, we sunburst this with 3 treasures. It comes in with 6 counters and is a 7/10 vanilla. Because if we're just going to use it for the tap ability, it doesn't matter what its stats are. And if we're setting it in a combat, it doesn't do anything. Gonti and Prosper do provide some card advantage, but I don't think they do enough for that. These are both cards that are best when leaned into. And since we don't have much else that synergizes with their other abilities, I ended up pulling them out. I don't think they're bad here. I just think there's not enough flavor for them or enough synergy for them. Plus, this is Prosper. People just go boom, 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 and they don't think about it. Let's see. Bonehorn Dracosaur, generically good card, but not an artifact. Doesn't make enough treasures. You'd be fine running this card. The card is just good, but I think this is certainly a deck that's we're going for flavor. They are better than Phyrexian Arena, and I don't think you need Phyrexian Arena here either. Generically a good card. Don't need it. Because we want the treasures early, too. So I think these treasures are less useful, but the card is just very good. I cut the Wormcoil Lava because double Black Pip. The most you're going to be able to sunburst this for is 4. And I just think you have better choices. This card is fine. The abilities definitely get better when you've put a stack of counters on them, but it was just, I think, one of the weaker payoffs. This card is a similar problem. It's just one of the weaker options on the top end. I think this card is cool as hell, but it is not good. All right. So that brings us to 112. figuring out what to cut here. I do think that a big chunk of this is in the creatures. It does depend on what you want the deck to do for the most part. I personally like the idea, like if I was building this concept for myself, I would want to be able to like generate treasures and go full sunburst, 5 treasures like turn after turn. So I would be cutting some of the smaller creatures. I'll address the lands after. Yeah. Because I do think we still need to cut stuff. Because that one is easy. I have a clean answer for that. Or actually, you know what? I think the land question is important for deciding on what direction we're going in. So, to remind you all, Rob the Princess had asked. So here's our mana base. Should we focus on just treasures as the way to produce mana of different colors, to bring even an even stronger thematic concept to it, or do we just say who cares, and run lands that help us to get there? For me, this was pretty easy. I think you just run lands that help you out. I don't think you get extra cuteness that's satisfying out of only doing this with treasures. I think the feel-good moment is sunbursting for 5. The treasures are a way to help you. I think the lands should also be a way to help you. Shouldn't we figure out the curve before fixing the land base? No, because I don't think we're here to fix the land base. We're just here to make a decision on, do we focus on treasures or do we focus on, or are we okay with lands that produce other colors as well? And I think we just go with the lands. I'm not too worried about a mana base in a 2-color deck that is at 38 lands and produces treasures. Like we could tune this certainly, but I don't think that it needs it. Okay. So 8 more variations of Gateway Plaza. I mean, for me, I would not want to run any of them. I would not want to run any of them, with maybe the exception being the newest one from Edge of Eternities, because you don't have to necessarily pay an additional mana for it. Because man, does it hurt this deck to not be making early plays, to not put Kalane on the board early, to not be starting to generate treasures early game. Command Bridge, thank you. I really did not like having these be my early land drops while I was playtesting this deck. Like a tap land, fine. Tap land that costs mana, killed me. So I think you would want to look for other options that are not so mana intensive. I mean, hey, we could even go back to the ancient times of Commander and like put the Vivid lands in. Like that's even fine to me. You remember when these used to be Commander staples? These used to be Commander staples. Isn't that? Can you imagine running this at like auto include in your decks these days? But I think it's fine. But like this was an auto include. But yeah, I like these much better than this. Lots of options. Okay. There are no other playable options? All right, if I make the rest of these cuts cleanly, I'm gonna go back to it. I'm going to go back to it because I think there are much better options than those. But so I think at this point I'm happy with all of the cards that are in the deck. So there will be reasons to keep them. But I'm gonna start showing you what I would cut. Stuff in this 4 range, unless it is real good, get it out of here. Iron Mastiff, this is cute because it cares about its own power, but it also is high risk because sometimes it's going to hit you. I mean, like, cards fine in the deck. I would prefer for my sunbursty targets to be 5 or more. Automaton we leave because it draws cards. That's an important thing. Skitter Spike has like a high payoff for it. This is not really 4 mana. Crawler is strong. Oracle draws cards. Rev is very good. Crystalline Crawler makes mana. So I really like this this card also because it triggers off of treasures. So I think a bunch of I'd already cut a bunch of the 4s, but that's one that would also go for me. This is mean. That's mean right there. That is mean. So you should keep it because it's also absurd. Why is Rev better than Gonti? Rev doesn't let you play lands because this is a deck that makes treasures. We don't care about the lands. Like the lands give you some access, but this card is just like it does all of it on its own. And I want to say that Rev. So we get a little bit of bonus. It's death touching something. Then you get this trigger per player. Is that Gonti makes treasures too? Yes, but is only happening when you're casting opponent's stuff. And Rev just makes them, right? Yeah. This is just hit a player, make a treasure. That there is a big difference to me in that. Gonti has to stay around long enough for you to hit a player and then have enough mana left to cast their spell to make a treasure. This also... Yeah, Rev is broader, and I think if I'm including like kind of generic-y good card that has a little bit of treasure and card advantage, I'd rather have Rev than Gonti. Either is fine. I think this is the better of the two. The Ancient Copper Dragon to me, I think this card is fine. But I think it is a lightning rod for removal in a way that you don't want for this deck. It also runs into the same argument I'll have for a lot of cards. Like sometimes it's just like so generically good, you're like, okay. And you, but especially since I cut the 1 Lightning Greaves in here, I think this card is super cuttable. We can't Sunburst it. It has to get to combat to be able to make a bunch of treasures. And I don't think that this deck cares. This thing is just going to get murdered. But that's you know, there's only so much that you can say about cutting an Ancient Copper Dragon. The card is good. But this is a combination of I honestly think that the card is overrated and would not perform as well as you'd hope in this deck, and a personal thing is like, bleh. I this card is awful, and I love it here. I think I think you could cut this, but man, is this little piece of garbage cool in the deck? Because like specifically here, I just wanted to point this out. Like the card in a bubble is terrible. The card specifically in this deck is really cool. Um, Cavernhorn Dragon. Oh yeah. Yeah, Cavernhorn Dragon is excellent. This card's great. Everybody should play this card more. Do you miss Dockside? This ain't it, but it helps to ease the pain. I think you can cut Steel Overseer here. This is a fine and good card. You know, it also plays nice with like Surge Conductor. We are going to have artifact creatures with counters on them, but I don't think this is a play that you want to make early. And I think we want this to do more if it's doing stuff. We already are good at putting counters on our creatures. Because while this deck uses +1/+1 counters, it's not necessarily a +1/+1 counter synergy deck. We have a couple cards in, well, we have a decent number of cards in here that care about the counters, but I don't think that is a synergy we're leaning into. It's just a bonus perk of some of the cards here. I think Scrap Trawler I'm very conflicted on because it's really nice that it gets back some of your best targets for Sunburst consistently. But that said, we have a lot of targets. And if we were able to like use this well ourselves, it would be good, but we don't have, we're not really focused on sacrificing things. We don't know that we're able to consistently have a target in the graveyard for it. I think this is a card that you can remove here. Iron Spider also, so this is similar to this Steel Overseer. However, the difference is this draws you cards, so this stays. Kellogg. It depends on this card. It makes sense that it's in the deck because it cares about treasures, and it has a decent, like, it has a strong ability to use the treasures with. However, in my experience playtesting the deck, I just never had these treasures available. Or if I did, I was conflicted on what I wanted to use them for. And so for that reason, like, you should feel good about, you shouldn't feel like you're leaving stuff, like you're leaving good options on the table using the treasures. And in this deck, you want to be using the treasures constantly to pay for spells and not to sacrifice them for that ability. Let's see. Want to Kellogg for treasure? Yeah, and I think he doesn't do it quite a good enough job of creating the treasures for the cost. Yeah, you can probably cut a few lands here. Like, I would be okay with this deck going down to like 36, um, pretty safely because you are also generating treasures. Uh, yeah, this I think I think your other cuts still happen in the creatures, but it's definitely getting down to the tough part, right? Um, so there's a bunch of cuts, but I do want to get because this deck really tickles my brain. Um, so I wanna give a couple suggestions as well. Uh, here's some obvious ones. These cards seem ideal for the deck. You know, we are digging for some particularly good cards, like for the theme. Like this deck has got to get to these. Um, so I think the fact that these dig through the deck and create treasures is really important to find some space for. I'll put these in the considering section since all the cuts are in sideboard. I also you should consider tutors here. Uh, because this does have the struggle of a deck that's built around particular pieces that are important to get out. I think running something like Reckless Handling is totally fine here. Um, and you will have more fun being able to get your weird little pieces out more consistently. Let's see. Oh, okay. You've got plenty of good targets on the top end. Doesn't mean that I didn't have some thoughts. This is only going to make your cuts more difficult. Um, we're gonna all of the Vusses. All right, here's a couple of the of us's. I think there's one more, but these were the ones that were particularly relevant. So, Pentavus, which enters with counters, you can remove them to make 1/1 flyers, and then you can sacrifice the flyers to put counters back onto it. Truskelavus, which comes in with counters, you can remove them to make flyers that then you can sacrifice to deal damage. And where did there we go. And Hexavus enters with counters. You remove those counters to put flying counters on things, or remove counters from other things to put counters onto this. These all seemed like really fun things to Sunburst, since they are they cost 5 or more. They care about the counters that are on them, and they play around with counters. I will also move those to the considering. Just like some less played cards that live inside my head. You ready to get weird? This was my where are you? There we go. This is very cute. It was very cute for a moment. I just want to talk you through my thought process, which then got got wrecked by reading the card explains the card. So I was really looking for strange ways that you could get Sunburst to work. And so I'm gonna preface this with this does not work the way I wanted it to. But I'm hoping that you can find something that satisfies this cuteness. So my thinking was cast Elbrus, Sunburst it, put a bunch of counters onto it, and then transform it into Withengar. And suddenly you have this massive flampling creature. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. You know the problem? Sunburst. Here we go. Here's the relevant text. It only can get the counters if the spell is a creature. Or like when it, I guess I'd have to look into it more. Maybe there's some weirdness with the rules, but it does not work because Elbrus is not a creature. It can only enter with charge counters, which Withengar would not care about. Boo. But that's the farthest that I went out there to figure out what to do with this. But yeah, I God, I love this idea. It takes a lot, I think, in this day and age to make to take a truly unique approach to a commander deck, and I think this is one of the most unique, certainly the most unique Kalane deck that I've seen. So hopefully cutting out like 25 or so cards helps you get down to a clean 100. All right. Staying on the red train here. Yes, Rob, there is that thing, but you already have a deck that needs to get out two specific artifacts. But yes, it is very cute. Can I send the link? It is the one that is up above in the chat. On to the next deck. This is Agris Kos, Eternal Soldier. This is a really cool commander that I feel like I do not see played enough for how cool it is. This submitted by Terrible Norwegian Gaming. So this card, let me put it up here. All right. 4 mana. You get a 3/4 with Vigilance, and whenever it becomes the target of an ability that only targets Agris Kos, you can pay 2 mana and copy the ability for every single other creature that you control that it could target. Ooh, yeah. That's a good time. So let's take a look at the deck, and then we do have some specific requests from Terrible Norwegian Gaming. We have 2 Planeswalkers. If you all know me, there's I rarely play Planeswalkers in my commander decks just because for many reasons. I think they're great here because they allow you to have a repeatable targeted ability that does not cost mana. So like with Basri, you get put a +1/+1 counter on a creature and it gains indestructible until end of turn. That's great. I'd love for my entire team to have that. Let's see. Ajani, we have the first ability, creature gets +1 and first strike, vigilance, and lifelink for the whole team. Yes. I Agruscus. I I was not making the connection until you spelled it out that way. All right, we got a bunch of abilities, a bunch of really good abilities to spread around to the team. Give the whole team protection. I want to point out how this functions. Guide of Soul's second ability. When you attack, you can pay 3 energy. If when you do, put the 2 counters on a creature, 2 counters and a flying counter on an attacking creature, and it becomes an angel. You might think, well, how are you ever going to have enough energy to be able to do this to your whole team? This ability is a 2-parter. It is a triggered ability that sets up a second triggered ability. So first, it says whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy. That's the ability. You pay the 3. That sets up a second triggered ability. When you pay the 3 energy, you get put 2 counters and a flying counter on target attacking creature by itself as an ability on the stack. So you can use Agruscos's ability just on that trigger. So you don't have to pay the 3 energy every single instance of it. You can copy this across your whole team. Again, give protection to your whole team. This is really cute. The Blood Rush ability is something that you can radiate to the team. This, excellent. Love this. 2 mana, creature gets trample. And if it's the 3rd time it's resolved, you get a payback of 8 red mana. But if you activate this and then use Agruscos to copy it, then you'll get to the 3rd time that it resolved and make your mana back. We're phasing out all of our stuff. This one doesn't matter as much because we can target any number of creatures anyway. Give all of your creatures indestructible when they attack. Great. Jolly Balloon Man is so good here. So good here. What if we made a token balloon copy of every one of our creatures? Cool. Taranika is a very niche card that's excellent here as well. You can untap all of your creatures, turn them into indestructible 4/4s. Cool. Bunch of other stuff. I'm not going to point out everything here, but we do have some like cards that you don't see too often, like Livan, that's pumping up our whole team when we cast non-creature spells. Bruce Tarl ability is nice. Now we'll see some other cards like Sophina and Philagi Vanguard, which care about going wide. And you may not be able to see it here in the creatures, but this deck is also trying to go wide. We have stuff like fourth Erlangus, increasing devotion, as ways to make a bunch of creatures. We also have like Champions from Beyond, rabble rousing. This gets us to go wide, so we have targets for Agruscos to radiate to. But otherwise, our stuff's pretty straightforward here. Bond of Discipline is a good finisher, so we know we can swing out safely. Some basic removal and protection. Artifacts, it's a lot of ramp, a whole lot of ramp, but then also some sneaky abilities that we can copy, like Power Matrix, giving our whole team +1 flying first strike trample. Key to the City is a copyable ability, so everything's unblockable. Even, you know, limited common Basilica Skull Bomb turns into a pretty good ability to pump the whole team and fly them and draw, which is huge. This then allows us to draw a card for every creature that we control. We have a couple other things hidden here to give all of our stuff double strike, to put counters on everything, to give everything haste and menace. It's great. Sneaky in here, final ability, put an indestructible counter on up to one target human. We can give all of our humans indestructible counters. That's nice. So this is very fun. We're making the best that we can out of Agricost's ability. So Terrible Norwegian Gaming said, I have a sideboard and I want thoughts on these cards, what I would add and what I would replace them with. The cards that I would remove. Here's our sideboard of 9 cards. So we'll start with that one. So 9 cards here. Footfall Crater we can use as a way to trample all of our creatures, haste all of our creatures. Grand Crescendo is another way to build a wide board, and the Indestructible is nice. Nahiri, first ability, is another way to give all of our stuff indestructible. Jeska, whew. You know what? Let me give you the ones that I'm not interested in. Footfall Crater. I don't need this ability. Trample and Haste is fine, but we're only going to have so many abilities that we're able to copy per turn, since Aggro's cost, you have to pay 2 each time. I'm not too concerned about this. Trample and Haste, especially if we have a lot of spells that are giving us small creatures, not enough for me. Nahiri's Machinations. Also, we have a bunch of ways to make our stuff indestructible, and again, not as concerned about this effect if we also have this plan of going wide. I'm fine to lose those tokens and not consistently have this effect. Oketra's Monument. White creature spells cost 1 less, and we make a creature each time we cast a creature spell. We've only got 23 creatures. Only 23 creature spells. I don't think that's enough of a payoff for this. Especially since the reduction is only on white creature spells. The second part does trigger for any creature spell, but I don't think we have enough creatures for this to be quite worth it. Tokasia's Welcome, I think, is a fine draw engine for this. I like this card better in a deck that is able to consistently have creatures enter on my opponent's turns as well. So this turns into drawing more than 1 per rotation. Jaxus, I think, is fine. Same for Ortheon. Both of these, it's really fun to be able to copy your entire board. And I decided that it would be fine. I'd like to sub in one of these cards. The advantages of either: Jaxus has that sacrifice, but when it dies, draw a card. And I think I like the upside of that better than Ortheon. Ortheon has like the dream of I pay 9 mana for the second ability to make 5 tokens, token copies of a creature, and then I add an extra 2 mana that from Aggro's cost to make 5 copies of everything. And if you're just like, the dream is so appealing that I'm gonna keep this in here, or you know, that I want to sub this in, go for it. To me, I'm happy enough to make one copy of everything on my board, and I think refilling your hand using Jaxus is much better. These were the four that I said I think these have homes in this deck. We have an ability that wants us to have a wide board, but we don't actually have a ton of ways to make that happen. And it's an ability that's not bad if we have redundancy. We have Champions from Beyond. We have Rabble Rousing. We have Increasing Devotion and Fourth Aerlingus. I think this deck just gets better if we're able to consistently cast at least one of these, if not more. And this has the additional upside of sometimes this just protects your whole board. Sometimes this is a Dawn's Truce. Sometimes this is a Boros Charm. I think this card is very good. I would add this into the deck. Jeska, whoa, holy crap! Radiating that 0 ability so that every creature you control deals triple damage until your next turn. That's so good. That's so good. And again, I pointed out for the other Planeswalkers, I really love not having to commit mana to this ability, because you already have to spend 2 for Aggros costs, and I'd love to be able to do multiple abilities that get copied in a turn. So this is huge this is huge for me. I definitely want this. Aurelia, I think does a lot of work here. This is nice for for like pumping our whole board. And it actually has 2 triggers that are copyable. You can copy her second ability that gives the creature +2 if it's red, or vigilance if it's white. That you can apply to your whole team since it's only got a single target. But you can also radiate the mentor trigger to put a +1/+1 counter on every target attacking creature that has less power than Aurelia. I think that it does both of those things together is really good. You don't need more than that. And then I went with Jaxus as the copier, which we've already discussed. I think these 4 are excellent for the deck. So what would I cut? Idol of Oblivion. This is a card that you see often. I don't think this deck makes 1/1s consistently enough. Because that's the token that we're going to be making here, right? It doesn't make any tokens consistently enough to be able to use this. I'm only going to be running this in a deck where I feel confident that I can draw a card off of this every turn. And I don't think it's this deck. Marble Diamonds. This is a bad card. This is a bad card. That's it. That's it. The card's bad. I know that this deck does want to have mana, because we're trying to use an ability and then pay an additional 2 to copy it, but oh boy, is this card bad. I'm not entirely sure why this Pyretic Charge is here. So you discard your hand, draw 4, and then pump your team +1 for every card discarded this way. It does help to either cycle our hand or maybe refill our hand. It's something we can plot ahead of time. Uh, fine, it does the job, but I think this is not enough of either thing. If I'm out of cards, sure, it's a 5 mana draw 4. But we've not discarded many cards, so the pump is not super relevant. If I've plotted this, I don't think I really want to spend an early turn plotting this spell. If we are discarding a bunch of cards, I feel like there's other actions I would rather take here. Mangara, I think, is a cut here. I don't know exactly what this does for us. It helps to dissuade people from attacking you, but I don't think it does that enough to actually stop it when you want it to. This just says, hey, oh no, if you attack me, I draw a card. I think that's fine in other things, and sometimes it will draw us cards as well, but I don't think it's what we want to be doing with our 4 mana at this point. I would rather either have a hard answer to that problem, or be doing something that forwards my game plan. And then there's a bonus one here, so that's 4 cuts for 4 includes. I see the vision, I think, for this Angel Song. We do have a deck that wants to go to combat, wants to turn everything sideways, and we want to mitigate the crackback. But we also have a deck that doesn't want to have to hold up mana that often. If we're going for a big swing, we want to be able to spend our mana on abilities that we've then copied for more mana. And this is saying, I've got to hold up 2 mana. Boo. This is my segue into a larger thing that I would love to see in this deck, which is replacing anything I could get in this deck with a creature body and or with an activated with a targeted ability, so I can copy that with Agris. Angel Song, this card can just be Kami of False Hope. This is a creature that becomes an additional ability copy from Agris cost and just sits on the board. And if it does the same thing as Angel Song, but we can spend the mana on it earlier in the game when we have a spare 1 mana, and it helps to hold off the attack that we're worried about from this card. And plus, if we're copying abilities like Hardened Escort or Terranica, this actually becomes a relevant attacker. So I would much rather have again, these things on bodies, or replaced with activated abilities. There is a second part to what Terrible Norwegian Gaming is asking here. So we've gone over the sideboard, some cuts and adds. Here is the other problem that they're having. One of the coolest things this deck can do, I think, is copying all of your stuff. With a trigger like, with an ability like Flame Rush Rider, you can have this trigger and then copy it for 2 mana to copy your whole board. Whoa. Same thing, Jolly Balloon Man, activate it, copy of everything on your board. But they're like, should I be then concerned about these legendary creatures that are not good for copying. Should I be compensating for that? Or should I be maybe then cutting back on some of these abilities since they're not effective when I have legendary creatures out? I think you absolutely keep these types of effects. They are probably the strongest thing the deck can do. And you really don't have that many legendary creatures, but I think a lot of them are replaceable. I think, let's see, for instance, let's look at Duke Alder Ravengard. Wow, this is a good ability to be able to radiate. Beginning of combat, a creature gets haste and myriad. That's very good. Turns out they put it on a cheaper body that's not legendary. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control your commander, you give a non-legendary creature myriad. That I think is just better here. The only thing you're losing is that it doesn't gain haste. But this comes down earlier, and we really only care about the ability like when our commander's out anyway. So I think that's a good swap. Loran, legendary. Still fine if we want to copy this because we'll still get the ETB, but this can just be Witch Enchanter. You get the additional upside that it's an MDFC. It is sure 1 mana more and doesn't have the tap to friend draw, but it's non-legendary. I think this is. This was one that I struggled with a little bit. Cecil, this is a deck list submitted by Terrible Norwegian Gaming, and I think for the majority of today it'll be submitted deck lists as opposed to ones that will be for the show. This is a very good ability for this deck. My instinct is that you would keep this in here just because making your 1/1s into 4/4s that are also indestructible and untapping them is just so good. But there are even replacements for this. There's like cards like Phase Steed. It's considerably weaker, but also has other abilities. So this is you get a target creature indestructible, cool, but also when a creature or planeswalker you control becomes a target of something an opponent controls, you draw cards. That helps to make up for cutting like Mangara. Yeah. Here's some other areas that I think you can replace stuff. Blood Mist. This is a good ability to copy, giving all of our stuff double strike. Turns out that's on a body. Chaos Terminator Lord for the same cost. It has that same ability, but is now another creature that you can put stuff onto with Agris. We talked about Kami of False Hope. We did not put in the Tokasia's Welcome, but I think that effect is pretty good here. Running something like Enduring Innocence or Welcoming Vampire, I think, is totally fine. I think we have enough things that that trigger it. it's not fantastic, but putting this on a body I like much more than running it on an enchantment. And oh, something like Unbreakable Formation. This is a fine effect. We would like to protect our board. However, I more like the flexibility of running Haystack, so that if I need to just save an individual creature, I can. Or this is an ability that Agris can copy. I can phase out all of my stuff, and I think phasing out is stronger than just indestructible. If it's like Dawn's Truce that can do indestructible and hexproof, I think that's still worth keeping. But I like this better than like Unbreakable Formation. My last suggestion for this deck is, it seems like a good deck for mice. All of the mice from Bloomborough that care about becoming targeted for the first time. Let's see. Valiant, thank you. Thank you. That is the keyword. Hey, Casual Depression, thank you. If that is for a deck tech, that's awesome. If it's just in support, that's awesome too. I think Nerdgirl will probably let me know soon if that is in fact the thing. Oh, also, I did get your message, Electman. And thanks. I really appreciate that. It really means a lot when you all when you all support in that way. And of course, by no means are you obligated to, but that does help. And I really appreciate that. And Cecil, you want to do a deck tech, but not sure where to start? I mean, like, look, I'm very flexible. Even if it is like, I could do like a deck tech starter. Like, hey, you're looking at a commander. Here's a core, or like I won't could do something like that. But you know, we've seen a wide range of different decks and like requests here. So, you know, how to break Sid. I'd be down. It's depend also there's two Sids. I've had both of them in my head at different points. So yeah. Yeah, some of these mice I think would be good here. I think Heartfire Hero is super underrated for Commander. The fact that it hits each player and is something that requires so little investment early on, I think this is very good in Commander. Emberheart Challenger gives you a little card advantage. Where's the one? Here we go. Whisker Veil Forerunner, I also think would be really solid. For deck text or donation, yes, you just go to the link at the other corner of the screen, and it's a $30 donation on Ko-fi for your deck tech. This being able to find other creatures, I'll add that, and then we'll put it into the sideboard. Far more than two Sids. Ha 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 ha. This being able to dig for other creatures, I think, is pretty solid. We may want to up the creature count generally for it, but just as something to think about. All right. Cool. I think everybody should be playing this commander more. It's really, really interesting. And makes for some really big splashy plays. All right. On to the next. This is submission from Red for Zu Ifit. I don't think anybody quite knows how to pronounce this this character's name, because I don't know what it is, what language it is based in, if any. But so this is definitely one of the more interesting like designs out of this set. Granted, there weren't that many commanders in this set. The number was pretty low, but so you have 3 mana for 2/3. You tap and return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, but that creature is a skeleton with no abilities. There's some real funky stuff to do with how layers affect this card. We won't get into that. We won't get into that today. So, with this submission, Red said, this is built to be more fun than good. Plan is pretty janky. You're reanimating creatures with Zoo, and then scamming them back into play. If you're not familiar with this like Magic slang, that to scam a creature is to cheat it into play in some way, temporarily, and then use an effect like Not Dead After All or Malakir Rebirth, sacrificing it and getting that creature back permanently. You could do something like Sneak Attack. You sneak attack your creature in for 1 red mana, and then you cast this on it, and when it's sacrificed at the end of the turn, ta-da, you get it back permanently. You've only spent 2 mana on that creature. You know, it's a scam. So that's kind of the idea here. We're cheating them in with Zoo, then sacrificing them, but using this effect to get them back without this caveat of no abilities. Oh, hey! Did I miss two donations? Thank you, Cecil and Autumn. Really appreciate that. And Cecil, absolutely very, very down for brainstorm session as your deck tech. Totally cool with that. Okay. So we have let's take a look at the deck itself, and then I'm going to go over Red's asks for this. So in the creatures, we have a bunch of juicy targets for Zoo. The one that everybody pointed out day one, Death Shadow. This normally does not really work well in Commander because your life total is big, and this gets minus for your life total. But if it has no abilities, it's just a 13/13. Casual. Don't know if you did the deck tech right. I am not able to quite check, but never mind. Nerd Girl on top of it. You are on the list. Man, we're cooking today with the deck techs. A hot list. All right. A lot of other good targets for this ability. Bring back Shadow of Mortality. Similar idea. If this has no abilities, then it's just a big 7/7. Let's see, where are also creatures that are good at putting themselves into the bin, like Troll of Khazad-dûm has swamp cycling, Sign of Darkness has regular cycling. that's helpful because that's where we want them to be. We are up to an additional 6. Yes, I think we will have to cut off deck techs there for today. Unfortunately. But also fortunately, because that means we got a hell of a day. I'll have to figure out can you all remind me to eat food at some point today, because I will forget because of talking about Magic the Gathering cards. All right. It also it helps to have something like Arden as a backup plan to be able to reanimate stuff out of the bin. But don't forget, we have this scam plan of eventually getting these creatures back in their totality with abilities. So we just have big reanimation targets like Valgavoth to like, hey, if it comes in as a vanilla 9/9, that's pretty good. If we scam it, the card itself is very powerful. And then we also want to make sure that we get value out of the creatures that we are sacrificing to get them back. So cards like Soldevi Adnate and Illuminator Ceres are able to sacrifice our creatures to produce mana. So if we're like using Zoo to bring back Shadow of Mortality, we can then sacrifice that because the mana cost doesn't change even though we've removed the abilities. But we get to make 15 mana from that. Let's see. We also can convert that into card draw. That's cool. And I think there was some other fun ones. Oh yeah. This I thought was a cool one. So your upkeep, you sacrifice a creature, and each opponent loses life equal to the creature's power. So that's a consistent way to get value out of these skeletons as well. We have some additional reanimation stuff. Yeah. This is my award for card that I had not seen before. Soul Exchange. Sack a creature, but exile it instead of putting it into your graveyard. Take a creature from your graveyard, put it into play as though it were just summoned. Put a +2/+2 counter onto the creature if the creature sacrifices with a thrall. That's not ever going to matter here. But this is 2 mana, exile a creature, reanimate something. Cool. I've never seen this before. Then we have some of our scam spells. Malakir Rebirth, not dead after all. Presumed dead brings it back suspected. Return to action gives it lifelink so we can use it as a blocker first if we want. Then fake your own death also brings it back and gives us a treasure. We have some additional ways to sacrifice our creatures with Fanatical Offering and Deadly Dispute, and then some basic interaction. Sacrifice also is another like one-time use Soldevi Adnate. You will feed me, but I thought you were not here until late today. I think I'm gonna I'll have to figure out. I'll have to remember to eat food before you get here, but I also appreciate that. Golden Argosy, very cute here. Very, very cute here. This is one of the few ways in mono black that you can blink creatures. When it attacks, you flicker everything that crewed it. So that is another way to bring back your creatures as not skeletons. The Argosy, I hate it. I hate it, but it is also that's what it is. Thornbite Staff here, this I think is an interesting ad. So you want to put this on to Zoo so that whenever a creature dies, you untap it and you can use the reanimate ability again. What we don't have here is a free sack outlet, I don't think. Which is typically you're making this thing go infinite. I don't think we have any free sack outlets in the deck. In my mouth soon. Wait, but is soon like a soon before you arrive? So I don't need to plan any other food, or is a soon when you arrive, I should plan other food. So yeah, if you had Thornbite Staff, want a shower. Great. Thank you. That's excellent. If you had a free sack outlet, then this just goes infinite. Oh, you have one. Here's one. So you do have a little combo with Umbral Color Zealot. I don't think this is a discard. Yeah, I don't think we have any other free sack outlets. Cool. But yes, this does exist in the deck. So tap Zoo, reanimate a thing. Sacrifice that thing, which untapped Zoo. And there's no sort of like finality counter or exile effect, so you can just continue to reanimate the same thing over and over and over. We have some basic stuff. Zombie Infestation is nice here as a cheap discard outlet because we do need to get the creatures into the graveyard that we want to bring back. And then we have lands. Cool. So here are the requests. We are looking for 4 things. 1, cool creatures with unusual effects to scam in. We're looking for not too mean, though. Red said that he took out a Myojin that makes the opponent discard their hand. That is Myojin of something. Knight's Reach, I think, is the one. And yes, I agree. This is very mean. Remove a divinity counter from it. Each opponent discards their hand. But you do need to cast this from your hand, so I don't know. Like, the effect is mean, but it does not do... Did you make the cutoff tonight? I did... was yours today a... Yes, you're on my list. Here, you know what? After this one, I'll add everybody to the actual, like... I'll open everybody's deck list so we can see what's coming up. But yes, you're on for today. There's not really a way to cheat this card because it requires it to be cast from your hand to receive the divinity counter. So even if you scam it in, that doesn't really work. But yeah, we're looking for things, even if that did work, we're looking for things that are not necessarily mean. We're looking for interesting things to be scamming in. Let's start there. Everybody's definition of mean is different. I am typing the word Ulamog. However, I am not looking for Ulamog. I am looking for Ulamog's Crusher. No, Ulamog's Deadsire. There we go. Dreadsire. This to me seems like an ideal. There's a cutoff. There is a cutoff because I have to function. I have other work that I have to do at some point. Everybody that has submitted already today is on the list. There are no further submissions open for today. So this is a big 10/10 body, not Pathraiser. I think Pathraiser would also be fine. But if we're trying to avoid the meanness that is Annihilator, I felt like this is a good choice because it's big and flashy. 10/10 comes back as a 10/10 from Zoo. That's already fine. But then if we scam it, we get to continue to make 10/10s. Like, I felt like this was in the spirit of not mean, but big and powerful and flashy. And it is both a good skeleton and a good scam. Then we also have Triplicate Titan. This seems pretty great. Pair that with Intruder Alarm. Classic Intruder Alarm. Triplicate Titan. Skeleton 9/9. Love that. Big powerful attacker as a scam. And as a bonus, this is a thing that you can continue to sacrifice and get value out of. You know, if we decide, hey, I would really like 9 mana right now, you can sacrifice this, get three golem creatures, and it's now back in your graveyard to reanimate again. I love that. Those are my two big suggestions for that category. We also have request number 2. Other grinders to feed the skeletons to generate value. We've already got stuff like Soldevi Adnate and Ceres and Shadowheart to turn our skeletons into value, but we need definitely, I think, more. This is one of the first ones that I thought of when I was building this deck for myself. Ghoul Caller cares about the creature's power and has a pretty low cost to sacrifice, just tap and a black, and gives us another option to be able to go wide. You know, at the very least, produces a bunch of blockers. Also gives us another avenue if we're struggling on having single creatures be effective against opponents. Having a bunch of tokens is another angle. I think this is a very good card for this deck. And I prefer to have these abilities be repeatable, but Ruthless Technomancer is just very solid here. For the fact that it does 2 things that we want. It turns a creature into treasures for sacrifice. Excellent. And also gives us another way to reanimate things. It's not the most efficient, but it yeah, who cares? It's another way to be able to reanimate things if for some reason we don't have better options available. But I think being able to turn stuff into big mana is pretty useful here. I will... Let's see. I'll be back in just a moment, actually. I think I need to get some water. Okay. All right. What was I saying? Yes, we found things to grind up our skeletons. The third thing that we were looking for red is other options for scam. So we have this not dead after all effect, but I actually think there's a lot of room to improve here. For me, I prefer to have the 1 mana options that have a little bit of upside as opposed to the more expensive options at 2. And we have a couple of these that we can use here. What about Undying Malice? 1 mana, brings it back with a +1/+1 counter. I think this is just significantly better than Return to Action or Presumed Dead. because it gives a lasting effect to the creature when we return it, and it only costs 1 mana. Feign Death. Same thing. This is it's an identical card. I think I'd even rather have Supernatural Stamina over like Return to Action, because it costs less, and I'm just not. I don't think I need something like Lifelink when I'm doing the scam. I just rather have this at 1 mana. What there's. I don't remember the name of the card. It's like, there we go. Undying Evil. Target creature gains Undying until end of turn. This is the one that a lot of people will miss when doing scam, because it doesn't have the same wording as everything else, because it only has the keyword Undying. But this does exactly what you want as well. Returns it with a +1/+1 counter and is only 1 mana. So I think those are much better than some of these other options in here. Okay. And then here are 2 other scam-like options that I think you could try. I feel like I have to mention this card at least once per stream. Voyager Staff. This is just a personal favorite. You can blink in every color. This is an artifact that very, very low cost. And there's so much that you can do with it. But in this case, it allows us to... It's not in Scryfall Scam tag. Is that real, or are you making a joke? This does the same thing that you want. Great, you've reanimated something with Zoo, and then if you blink it, it'll come back with all its abilities. This also functions as a nice way to protect something, since you can use it to dodge targeted removal or a board wipe, since it doesn't come back until the end step. I just really like this card for what it can do in decks that normally don't have this ability. And then you all tell me what you think of this. I think I like it. Resurrection Orb has a much higher cost than the other scam things. It costs 4 to equip, but this is a repeatable one of these effects, and probably one of the only ones that you can do like this. There's also like there's like an artifact that can give your creatures persist for a tap, but that still is a tap ability, so you can't do it multiple times in a turn. I think it's worth testing this out in the deck as a repeatable version of these scam effects, just for consistency. And especially if you're sacrificing these things to make big mana, it helps to mitigate that cost a lot. All right, and finally, Red just asked, is there anything that I think is missing from this pile? Yes. I think there is something that stuck out to me a ton. And when I play tested this deck, I ran into exactly what I thought I would. What early plays do we have in this deck? Not a lot. Like let's count the number of cards that we'd be happy to play on turns 1 and 2. Stitcher Supplier, great, sure. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. None of this. 6, 7, 8. I'm not happy to be playing this on turn 2. 8, 9, I guess. 10, 11. I think this is severely lacking in cards that I'm happy to play early. And yes, like my Cauldron of Souls, that's the persist card that I was thinking of. And so I really struggled to, as I was just goldfishing this, to play anything relevant without mulliganing a bunch of times. And I think the other thing that I felt was missing was a little bit more consistency in getting big creatures into the bin easily. We need war room. I think I like war room is fine. I didn't necessarily have trouble like with the draw in this. But I wanted more ways to easily discard so that I would be able to set up Zoo easily. Cuz like I think my ideal couple turns for this are you know, turn 1 or 2 discard outlet, turn 3 Zoo, turn 4 be ready to scam. Is it an auto-include most monocolor decks though? Yeah, I think it's I think it is a card you can certainly put in any monocolor deck. I don't think it's necessarily a requirement, but yeah. Key to the City is one of the ones that I have on my list that I think fits the bill really well. You are able to play it early. It is an instant speed discard outlet, and it even does a relevant thing, allowing our because when we reanimate stuff as skeletons, they have no abilities, so they're gonna get chump blocked. None of them are unblockable. So yeah, this I really like. I like here, and in particular, I wanted instant speed discard outlets because it's tough to go, okay, my early turn, let's say I cast Bitter Triumph and I pitch, but I guess this is maybe not the best example because this is also instant speed. If I cycle Sign of Darkness early, that's face up on the table. Players are like, oh, I can see that next turn you're able to turn, like in the future you've got a good target for this. Players can compensate. Players can threat assess poorly if they see this on the board. But being able to go, great, Zoo, pass. This is not an immediate threat. And even if players see that you have a discard outlet on board, they don't know what you could discard. So I want to be able to go Zoo, pass, cool, either right before I untap or even on my next turn. Here, now I'm pitching my target. I don't even mind something like here's random garbage common, Rotting Rats. I even don't mind something like this, that you play, everybody discards a card, which is a good, people don't force this card enough, I don't think. But we're able to bin something out of this. This even unearths later and becomes something else that we can sacrifice. But because we don't even need it to be a consistent discard outlet. Like, we just need really one to get us going. And then the other one, I thought this was also pretty cute here. Sickening Dreams gives us a way to discard the stuff that we want to reanimate, but also as a small board wipe. You don't even mind playing this on turn 2 because it clears out all the mana dorks. But yeah, those are my thoughts. This is a very cool design. I'm on board with this. We're not going to talk about all the different ways that this gets funky with layers. But I'll at least point out what is it this? Is it this one? You maybe you all saw Keeping It Casual's video on this. But if you reanimate Mephedros vampire, it does not interact in the way that you think it would. Seems like it should be pretty straightforward. Does not work the way that you think. I'm just gonna leave it there. All right. Cool. Very cool. I believe that Targ asked to be put to the end of the list, so let me bring up everybody else's decks, and we'll start there. All right, we've got Phelan. We've got 2 from Electman. Boom. We've got 1 from Casual Depression. We've got I'm just going to do this. We've got 1 from Cecil to brainstorm about Sid, Timeless Artificer. Are you building mobs for the list? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do this for now then, so I don't forget to have you in order there. And then we have Autumn. I'll move Targ to the end of the list there. Cool. We got decks. Oh, I need to do this. Duplicate. Sort this up. All right. Feelin'. All right, we do have time for you. Okay, great. Then Targ, are you good for after this one then? But we'll go here. Okay. Omo. Another super unique commander. So this is 3 mana, you get a 1/5. When she enters or attacks, you put an everything counter onto a land and or a creature, and they become everything. If it's a creature, all types. If it's a land, all types. Phelan, is that correct? I don't know my my phonetic markings. Phelan, okay. It makes you less sure on how to pronounce it. All right. So, Phelan, do you have any specific requests here, or is it just like a general, let's take a look at the deck, see what thoughts are on it? Toolbox lands matter control without landfall. Let's see. All right. And then, oh, restrictions, no Soul Ring, no Ristic, Mystic, no Consecrate. Okay, so we're like, we're trying to avoid the super busted staples, right? Anything in particular that that you're aiming for here? That you like? So nothing specific. Want to see how many Easter eggs you can find and some fun suggestions. Ooh, Easter eggs. I wonder what you mean. Okay, well, let's take a look. Playing and building this for over a year. It's pretty tuned. Cool. Then let's see. Okay. Dowerport Mage. What are we having leave the battlefield? Are we blinking Omo? It's like, it does have the built-in bounce. It's not the most efficient, but having this enter over and over is important. Save tags for last. Got it. Got it. Yeah, you all will have to let me know if there are tags. Let's see. Okay. Don't forget we can turn our creatures into everythings. So making mana for elves is relevant. Untapping lands. I assume this is to help with like some Urza-y stuff. We do be ramping. Let's see. So I for those of you who play this card, Tajuru Preserver, how like tags are fine. It's harder for me to process a deck in full, seeing it tagged. So I just know that if you all tag your decks and that's an important way to view it, I'll probably look at it first that way and then switch it back to untagged. But let's see. Preserver, how does this play for you all? Because this seems like a specific piece that I tend to not care about. But it's a pet card, also helpful if people copy or steal your Eldrazi. You yikes. Okay. You know what? That's good. Then I support that as thinking ahead on what of your things might be a problem against you. Let's see. Okay, returning lands to draw cards, and then it's never a problem because we always have a non-basic land type on it. More land drops, find more lands. Tidebinder. I think this is a cool card no matter what, but there's also maybe some fun to be done on your own stuff. Spellseeker, Sage. Yeah, this card is very good. With this setup. Go at the very least we can get a bunch of Omo triggers. Land bounce, very useful for reusing land ETBs. That's a good point. Talon Gates is a messed up card. This card is so good. I could not. That to me is an auto include in pretty much everything, unless unless a colorless Pip is really going to screw over my my mana base. That card you should start with it in every deck and then consider cutting it after that point. Copied Ulamog, good God. That's nasty. Okay. Yeah, this is Tree Folk and Forests you control have indestructible. That is an incredibly specific card for this deck. Because my instinct at first was to be like, oh, there's got to be something that gives things indestructible that costs less than this. But no. This hits your creatures that are everything and your lands because they are forests. That's cool. Mm. Okay, let's see. Copies. Searching. This is, let's see. Finding more lands. Copies. Win con is to have Clownstone Curio. That is a good card. You make infinite mana. Yeah. And then cast Ulamog and bounce it to exile all libraries. That's so rude. I love it. A win con. Yeah, I that is understandable. All right. Yeah, we've got a good bit of interaction. Let's see what sticks out to me. This is Growth Spiral, right? Let me tell you all. Play more split second in your decks. Play more split second cards in your decks. They will make a huge difference. The number of things that these will shut down, you'll be so surprised at, because players they never expect the split second. You have Wipe Away in blue, something going back to hand that can't be responded to. So powerful. Corrosion Grip in green. Even Sudden Shock in red, being able to remove a creature that has like a tap ability or something somebody needs for an infinite combo with split second is like nobody sees that coming. And there's another one that was more recent that was it's a Siege Smash in red. You would be surprised how often split second pump my creature and give it trample is relevant. Yeah, Legolas Quick Reflexes. The card is absurdly good. That's so good. But yeah, Black's got it with Sudden Death. And then a personal favorite is oh man, the name escapes me, but there's a green one that is 4 mana to pump a creature and give it Shroud. So it's like bad Legolas's Quick Reflexes. But yes, play more split second. It will solve many more problems than you thought, and it will win you more games than you thought. My little soapbox. Okay. Searching for more lands. Clownstone Curio is a busted magic card. Mirage Mirror also. Wow, what a card. I've never seen this version of it. This is very cool. Probably turning into a land is relevant, is the relevant mode we're looking at here. Yeah, I got super lucky early on, and I pulled a Surge Foil quick reflexes, and then I I had like a chase card that a friend wanted, and I just went through like some collection stuff, and they had also gotten a Surge Foil reflexes, and I was like, I could use two. So I traded for that too. It's a recent secret layer. Yeah, yeah. Just have not seen this one. I'm a Mirage mirror lover. Um. Okay. Sylvan Library here. That's interesting. All right, and then I think the lands is going to be very telling here. Ooh, we're double Besajuing. We have the no counter me Besaju and the staple Besaju. Baldur's Gate, cute. If everything is a gate, everything is a desert, we get to surveil off of that. Everything's a locus. Opted for every beautiful version you can find. Yeah, if these are the versions you have for everything, oh, what a deck. What a beautiful deck. Hello, Mark. Yeah, I'm jealous. Oh, yeah, like the double masters Urzas. Woo! You get the full panorama. It's hot. No basics is an intentional fatal flaw. 43. I mean, like you're definitely never missing a land drop, but I think it's reasonable to not have basics in this. Because like the number of times that it actually is a downside is not that much. Usually it is because your opponent has played something like a Blood Moon or like Winds of Change or Path to Exile, something like that, that it becomes a downside. But yeah, path. Price of Progress, but that's still usually going to hit you pretty hard. Um, but yeah, I think it's a very reasonable choice here to optimize forward as opposed to be worried about that. Yeah. Stuck on an ad break. Yeah, all right, this will give me a chance to look through stuff. Mirror Pool is so cool. Yeah, Maze's End, we gotta have that. Maze of Ith, which is not a maze. It's just a loop. It just sends you back to back to not being in combat. Cool. Oh, Nesting Grounds moves your everything counters around. Shifting Woodland is such an excellent card. This is another one to me that's like close to being a staple. This is just very good. Swarmyard, yeah. Regenerates everything. This is surprising to me. Is there not a... Because, like, this deck is gorgeous, but is there not another Vesuva? There sure isn't. I'm surprised this hasn't been in a secret layer, or anything like that. But yeah, and Urza's Cave is more recent, so that doesn't surprise me. Cool. Yeah, that's it's a very fun ability, and like I think people underestimate how much this just the threat of this is relevant. Like, if players see it on the table and that you have the mana available for it, like they will definitely hold back attacks as opposed to what is usually a better idea, which is forcing it out. But yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, because I saw there's not really not much that you do with this other than the card is gorgeous and cool. And even better if you manage to kill somebody with it. Like, I just hit you 10 times, that's all. Okay. Wow. Okay. So I am curious. So what do you mean by Easter eggs? Because I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I'm also distracted by the pretty cards. Hmm. But yeah, so it looks like the game plan: flown too close to the sun with woodlands, drown in dreams for 10. Hit cause, oh, that you, because excuse to talk about vacation in Italy. That's funny. Um, yeah, because like what the game plan is, uh, like toolbox tutor for answers to whatever whatever early problems there are. Generate big mana. Use big mana to win game. And this making a billion lands is or anything else is very good. I don't think. Okay, I'll have to go back to look at the primer. Oh yeah, nesting ground. What if we bounced everything that isn't a fish every turn? Yeah, it's nice to be able to like play your Nihilia's intervention and then just hang on to those lands. Sorry, not sorry, Voltron. I also feel like your Voltron player is not doing a good job at Voltroning if you can target their Voltron. God, what a card. What a card. Inevitability is infinite mana or Maze's End. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is sick. Um, so I wanted to ask though. I don't remember where. Why Sylvan Library in this deck? Like, the card is generically strong, but we are in very good colors to be able to draw cards. And it feels like this deck is aiming to get to the late game. So playing with your life total is a little bit more goes a little bit against your game plan. Because that to me was the only one that stood out as a choice that I wouldn't make for this. Let's see, drawing cards makes a deck way too oppressive. Sylvan Library helps balance your threat level with your okay. Great. Actually, I really like that answer then. Using it as a way to balance is better. If the intent was uh this card fills a slot that the deck needs but with a drawback, then I like that use of it. For replication technique, have you thought about the new oh my god, realm sketching? I forget we're in tags. I'll find it, but where did you go, realm sketching? I just need the people to see. There. Yes, because personally, I like this. One, it's a little bit cheaper. Two, it hits my opponent's stuff too. I think because right, the replication is target opponent you control, so that gives it a little more flexibility. And the downside being you don't have a demonstrate, but I don't know how often that is relevant for you, and it can't hit like enchantments or planeswalkers. That's one that would be high up on my list. You can, but has it felt worth it, I guess? Hey, Seesaw. Thank you so much. Awuka. Uh what I said before, Planeswalkers, it was just that I think for me, I like rum sketching here better. Um Target the person that promises to copy a land or mana rock. I guess it depends. Yeah, it does depend on the general play group, because if you can convince somebody that that's worth it, sure. But I feel like players should be able to recognize, oh, giving you giving you 2 more cloud posts, maybe we shouldn't do that, even if I get a copy of my arcane signet. But if you can get people to do it, then yes, this is better. Thanks, Cecil. I appreciate you all. You also you just tried to random roll into Phelan. Hmm. I I don't remember who I don't remember where I saw this, but it was like, look, you there's only one man that can be so cool that he can pull off a last name like Tudyk. And that man is Alan Tudyk. Bounce Eldrazi to recast them. That's gross. Making that much mana. Let me see. I'm trying to think if there's anything here that can suggest. Like, it's a tight list. It's a tight list, and clearly you've put a lot of work into it. Um, have you tested with like Ice Till Explorer? That thing is one of the best cards for any sort of land care deck that I've seen in a long time. You run it in standard, yeah. That card is so good. It's so good. If you all think you know how good it is, you don't. It's even better. Um, Should have been 2 mana. Absolutely not, Schultz. Nope. Mm-mm. Hmm. So no Field of the Dead here? That seems pretty free. It's technically landfall. Do you really know? I could have sworn there was stuff that in here that falls under technically landfall. But maybe I'm wrong. That's serious commitment. That's good to be able to go like no. There's literally nothing that triggers off of lands entering the battlefield. Yeah, yeah. Cards like this that make think we'll never be truly done with fire design. We won't. We won't be. It's just something that has to like. There always have to be motivators for people to buy more Magic cards, and uh, a pretty straightforward motivator is card is good. See, so I think it is just a delayed reaction to your gifted subs. I think that's what that is. Um, hmm. I'm trying to think of what else I would be testing in this deck. Um, this is definitely more like focus on lands with an extra bonus uh as the creature synergies. Hmm. Let me ask you this then. What does this lose to? I think it's a tight list. But do you have any specific struggles? I'm like, let's see, what does this do to answer like an Arabella or a Zergo deck? Used to run Miserable Sunder. Good lord. Yeah, that's Jin, Korogger. Yeah. Peregrine Drake, Deadeye. Yeah. Yeah, land-based strategies have gotten really strong. Not that they weren't already, but they've gotten so much support in the past like year or so that there's not a lot that they can't deal with now. How weird do I think Wizards will get with card types? I don't know. What do you mean? Like, do I think that they will explore more space with uh Oh, I think they will be careful with that space. I don't think I don't think there's anything that they won't come back to at some point, but mm. Also surprised no crop rotation here. Is that just like a choice based on power? Yeah, Blood Moon resolves to Game Changer. Oh, is this built technically as a bracket too? Oh, you already have your 3. High bracket 3. I'm trying to see if you have. I don't think you have. Yeah, you don't have enough. I was going to suggest. I think people. Uh, People forget about this card. I've been trying to. I've been trying to play this more. But you don't. You don't have enough colorless. I guess I saw the 2 Eldrazi. I was like, I wonder if you have enough. No, not quite. So this is. This is a much harder to counter Psych Rift. And I just don't ever see anybody play this card. This is like, hey, unless you have like a Stifle, this Psych Rift's happening. It's very good. Yeah, but this is not that deck. Yeah, people. Stifle is not as niche of an effect as you think. You will find a lot of uses for it, and people don't play around it. People don't expect it. You know, if you hold up blue mana, people will be like, all right, that's counterspell. That's fine. I'll just activate my big ability. And you go, Stifle? And they go, ah! Yeah, also what we're getting spider Stifle now too. The green slime, yes, classic. Hmm. I think my last thought for this. Do you have any town synergy for this? I don't know if there are cards that are worth it, but that is a thing that Omo did not have. It did not exist when Omo first came out. I don't know that any of these cards are worth it. This card was a good time. This is probably not quite worth it. Cute though. Two mana, draw 4, also not terrible, but yeah, I don't know that anything here besides the poo poo UFO is worth a consideration. Yeah, man. Final Fantasy Limited. Final Fantasy Limited, man. It's a good time. I need like a physical draft. Somebody draft Final Fantasy with me at MagicCon Atlanta. Oh yeah, Wandering Minstrel. Yeah, I think I'm going to be making the CEDH version of that. But Phelan, thank you so much for submitting this. And you know, it was cool just to take a look through a list that's been tuned like this. And you know, it's hard for me to make suggestions because you have a very well-defined idea of what you want and what like kind of game and power level that you want. This is great. Oh, with the Jurassic Park deck. Yes. Okay, I remember you. Hello. All right, Targ. You ready? All right. This is the deck as I was going through and doing some planning. That one thing in particular made me go, "Oh shit." This gets that award. Cutting Goring Ceratops for Witch Enchanter. All right. So let's talk about this. This is Shadowfax Lord of Horses, submitted by Targ. We're going to show you the meaning of haste because your horses have it. And then when Shadowfax attacks, you can put a creature with less power from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. So I've seen some builds of this before. I messed around with it a little bit myself. You're trying to sneak out some powerful creatures, and it all happens pretty quickly. Unless your opponents have held up instant speed interaction, you can just go, horse, swing, big creature, deal with it. And I believe we're looking for some cuts, although the list you submitted, it was 100 cards, but I have a couple for you. But let's take a look at this deck. So, of course, the majority of our creatures, we want to be able to sneak out with Shadowfax. So Shadowfax has 4 power innately. So most of these creatures will have power 3 or less. And we want them to be good entering, tapped, and attacking. So on the bottom end here, not many creatures because we're not too concerned about it. FOMO has an ETB, which is fine, but also if it's already been on the board, it can possibly give us an additional combat. Keleth, hey, it's a horse, but also helps to pump up Shadowfax as we go, so we can drop some bigger creatures. Garfield. Yeah, that's a reasonable point here. But I think so. Battle Angels of Tyr, in my experience at least, the ability is not that bad to resolve, and it people swung too far back. Because initially, when it was released, people were like, "What? This card is so good. This card is amazing. It does so much." And then people quickly learned, "Oh, it does not do everything that I thought it does." And they're like, "This card's garbage. Don't ever play it." It's really in the middle. This is a fine card and does and does enough. It's just not super busted. But I like this card here because it compensates for one of the issues of the deck, which we'll get to later. We have a lot of good sneaky targets. Blade Historian is nice here since it's not an ETB or it's not an attack trigger. It just is simply, is the creature attacking? It has double strike. Abilities like that are really helpful, like this giving stuff trample. And there are some really good choices here on things to sneak in, like Luminous Broodmoth, so you're not as concerned about your attacks. Bringing back Shadowfax with a flying counter is very nice. Lots of other things. Aurelia is fine. I really wished that there was a better option here, and this is one of the things that I looked at first, because you don't get attack triggers from Shadowfax, and so you're not going to be able to get an additional combat until your next turn with Aurelia. But there's only so bad that it can be to sneak in Aurelia, and it turns out it's just fine. Here's the thing that made me gasp. This card, you could sneak this in with Shadowfax. Oh my god. This has 3 power. This has 3 power, and it is such a good sneak target. Because it comes in tapped and attacking, but is indestructible, so we don't care what happens to it. And it immediately makes 3 2/2s. And then just, does the rest of the card, which is really good. But, like, wow, you could not get better than this. You can also Flame Rush Rider it. Yeah, that's... But I mean, and I mean, like, there's so much that you can do once it's on the board. But the fact that this works with Shadowfax is so good, so good, so good. But I do really like some of the choices here, like Havoc Eater. This card does not live in many other decks, but it is also perfect here because it sneaks in as a 3/3, but because of its ETB, it doesn't stay that way for very long. It also helps to mitigate crackback by goading up to 3 things. Yeah, Broodmoth interaction with Knights of Round, like, that's so good. I also like the idea of sneaking in, like, Vexilus, so that I've swung with Shadowfax, and it looks like the attack's going to be bad, and you're just gonna block it and it'll die. But no, instead it has protection from everything. Yeah. And then also sneaking in, like, hey, I'm also now the Monarch, and you have to overkill by 5 so that you can actually take it back. Or, like, not overkill by 5. Like, you're gonna have to deal separate instances of, like, yeah, some really good choices of targets here. Um. Oh, thank you for reminding me that I need to make a meme post right now. I had it queued up in my brain. My meme post is that this card combos with Prince Zuko from the Avatar set. Okay. We have some general interaction. Extra combats, of course, very good with Shadowfax. More things to sneak in. Now, what is unfortunate about Magic weird ruliness is if you swing the Shadowfax and you drop in a big creature and then you play Relentless Assault, you don't get to untap that creature that you snuck in because it didn't attack this turn. It just entered attacking, which is not counted as attacked this turn. Uh, magic rules, specificity, blah blah blah. Sanctify. What's this choice? You know, nobody ever needs to optimize their choices, but as far as destroy artifact or enchantment options go, this is pretty bad. I think I just prefer like a disenchant here. Um your basic removal suite. Let's see, this deck is sweet. Can you get a link? Yeah, Targ, you're welcome to post if you'd like that link. I don't think you get hit for that. Let's see. Prevent all damage that will be dealt to you and creatures you control this turn by creatures. Yeah, I guess this is fine. It's you can use it as its intended foggy use, or you can use it offensively as well. Then artifacts, we have some ramp. Collector's Cage is a very good card. And Hideaway is another good way to sneak in some big things that you would have cheated in with Shadowfax. Domingate is a messed up Magic card. If you are playing a deck that likes to be aggressive, you should definitely be considering this. Yeah. Horn of the Mark, another one that's like kind of awkward, but not awkward enough to not play it. Because this works and doesn't. So it's whenever two or more creatures you control attack a player. So if you swing the Shadowfax and drop in a creature, it does not trigger this. You have to have already declared two attackers for it to trigger. However, if you attack with two creatures, you can have this ability resolve first to try and dig for a better creature to sneak in with Shadowfax. And also, it's only 2 mana. Like, that's a pretty good deal. Targ, stop. Let me pretend like I'm smart. All right, don't act like you know things about your own deck. Let's see. Blind Obedience. That's mean. Pumping up our stuff. Double triggers for Shadowfax. And then Monarch, I think, is one of the ways that you are compensating for a thing that you've put in the notes. Okay, so let's discuss. So Targ, when you submitted this, your note was just need some help with cuts, which you've clarified, maybe some swaps or upgrades, and then need more card draw, I believe. And so let's start with just a couple cards that I thought were outliers here. One, because I noticed it earlier because I needed to make my meme post. What is this honor here for? Because there's not much like counter synergy for it. I don't think there's a ton that's useful for putting a counter on Shadowfax, since nearly every single creature that you've got in this is already sneakable. It doesn't really change things there. I think that's a pretty easy cut. Yeah, I think definitely replace Sanctify with any other ability, either an instant speed one. Electman, yeah, I can put you next. That's no problem. And remind me once we are done this one. Either instant speed or attached to some other relevant ability. No problem, Phelan. Thanks for hanging out and submitting your deck. Forget that some of you live in other time zones, you know? I also... flowering for sure. I was like, I don't know that this does enough for me. Again, pumping Shadowfax is not super important. I also think that Trouble in Pairs would be good here. And that is not a game changer. I think Trouble in Pairs is a fair card for this deck. It would be very good, but I think you absolutely. I was not going to suggest it because some people are kind of against it since it is borderline game changer. But I do think that the card is totally fine here and is a good option. Yeah, this card is just it's much better if we're going wide. Rising the Day is better since it hastes your stuff, so you're able to play things that are relevant. Oh, when you built it was a game changer. Yeah. Throw that thing in here. And then what was this note? Oh, I'm not the biggest fan of Rosa here. Because it's I don't know that it does too much for you here. I think the reason you run it would be the lifelink, but you don't get it the turn that you sneak it in from Shadowfax. 4 mana is a little steep if that's really the only upside of this card. Something like Karlach, yeah. That makes a little more sense, but yeah, I think at this point you could definitely cut that. All right. as far as so tell me about this card draw thing, because I will say, as I play tested this, I did not feel like it was desperately needing card draw. Um, I didn't have a full hand at any point, but it felt like I was able to do things I wanted, and have a little bit of backup for it. But here's an easy one. You can definitely run a Bonder's Enclave here, since your commander is 4 power. It does get a little funky, because everything else is not, but I think this is a pretty free include for the deck. I also and this is a general note for everybody. If you're like, I really feel like this deck needs more card draw. Your card draw does not need to be super synergistic. Card draw is just good. So running like Trouble in Pairs, or even if you just wanted to keep it simple and go like and this is still like a general note of, if you just want to run stuff like Ren's Resolve, that's fine. Now, this is significantly worse in this deck because Shadowfax can only sneak in things from your hand. Yeah, Thrill of Possibility also fine. This is also, I made this suggestion earlier for like Kalane, but like Big Score, Unexpected Windfall, both cards that are totally fine to run in most things because the thing they do is generically like good. So even if you just started running some more stuff like this is fine. Illicit auction for fun. But the other thing I will say is I did honestly struggle to find satisfying answers to the question for this. There aren't really synergistic card draw options for this deck. So there's at least some validation for your struggle. Chivalric Alliance, that's fine. You can run stuff like that, or there's like the Angels that do it too. There's like I think Firemane Commando? Is that what I'm thinking of? When you attack with 2 more creatures, draw a card. Like, that's fine too. That Chivalric Alliance is the same thing. There's even other Aurelia. Is it the Law Above? Is that the one that I'm thinking of? Attack with 3 or more creatures, draw a card. That's maybe a little bigger ask for this. I think those would be fine. But I think people even underestimate stuff like this. Like, this is 3 mana, draw 3, and yes, you've given everybody a card, but you've helped players this like equally, which sometimes gains you a little bit of favor, and also like you drawing 3 is much more impactful than everybody drawing 1. But what I can give you here confidently is some hot tech. Here's a creature that you could sneak in with Shadowfax. That has a combat damage trigger and helps to compensate for one of your bigger issues, is the Crackback. This deck doesn't end up with very many creatures on the board, and the ones that it does end up with should be tapped. You should be swinging. But this says, great, the player that I'm worried about hitting me back just can't. And then, and you know, it comes down flying, so like it's a surprise. And then it continues to do that thing. And you know, I like to me that's a good replacement for something like this, because like this is fine, but it is very specific. This lets you do it proactively. Here's a nice like budgety option. Oh hey, here's a 3/3 double striker that also just draws you a card. Like that's fine. And you know, worst case you can prototype it, which still you know, which still draws you a card. Totally fine. I thought this was pretty cute. So it's a 0/0 on the card, so sneakable with Shadowfax, but it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for every tapped land on the battlefield. This is some jank. So like think about the mana that some of you all have made off of your mana geysers. This could be Shadowfax sneaking in like like a 2020. Yeah. And then it has other, you know, usable ability. It's not great, but it's something. Like, so that's even more upside. And now, I present to you all this card, which is my favorite include, and I intend to make a video about this as well because of how I've never seen anyone play this. This is Electrite. Never seen this on the board in a game of Commander, and it is sneakily much better in multiplayer. So this, when it hits a player, it deals damage equal to its power to each blocking creature. That's pretty straightforward, right? Send this at the player to your right. Send this to the player who has to declare their blocks last. Because then you can work with them, because the first two opponents have to declare their blocks before they know if this thing is blocked or not. And so once the first two players declare their blocks, you can go, okay, hey, do you just want to take 3 damage here? Because if you do, I get to blow up all of all of their blockers. And it makes for a very interesting multiplayer dynamic. Also, it's just randomly like a electrified trilobite. I don't know, like what was the I don't know. This card's I think very, very interesting. and will make for some weird decisions, and I like that. I think a basic suggestion here too is like, this seems like a good reconnaissance deck. You know, it's not the most brilliant suggestion, but this deck does seem like it wants something like this. You are always you want to be able to swing with Shadowfax no matter what. And sometimes the things that you sneak in are not ideal to be going to combat. You don't want to send this at somebody. You just want it on the board. Now, granted, you have other ways to play this, but like you don't want to be sending these things to their death, and sometimes that's inevitable. But you know, reconnaissance is just a super strong, super messed up card that seems like it works well here. Yeah. Now, this. Oh, good night, Autumn. I look forward to looking through your deck, and I hope when you go back over it, you're satisfied. But for now, get some rest. Okay. Yeah, this. I have to again point out that like the gasp effect for this was real, because like I looked at the deck first and I saw this and was like, God, that's so hot. And then the very first time that I play tested this, I played Shadowfax on like turn 4 and immediately dropped this and was like, this is so stupid. So it's made me very happy. Okay. I believe we're going to elect man next. Right? You have both of these. We can look at the completed Shiko and Narset first, or Yuna. You have a preference on where you want to start? Leave the order up to me. All right. Let's keep it in order on the screen. All right. So we in a previous session looked at like what a good core for this deck to start would be. And Shiko Narset, we're in Jeskai colors, and we really want to double spell, and then we want that second spell ideally to target something. Oh, thank you so much. Ooh. Do you like this? I have never had them before, and I think I will.
I thought you might.
It's a good choice. We've done it thanks to the help of the Nerd family. I assume Nerd Girl's ordering and Nerd Mom's pickup. I have food. So we want to double spell, and we want ideally the second spell to target something so we can copy it. And special bonus if we can do that also on other players' turns. Okay, so Electman, with your submission, you said this is the version after we rebuilt the core. Can't double spell as consistently as you want. You either flood or screw with little in between. All right, well, let's take a look at the list, and I think it will help for us to also go through and do some gold fishing. But I'm also first going to take a bite of this pepperoni and meatball sub. Mmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. SSA. This is from Firehouse Subs, I think. Hashtag not sponsored. All right, so we have a nice core of cards that care about our second spells. Then we also have a set of enablers here. All three of these creatures only cost a single mana and return to your hand at your end step. And then we have Torrential Gearhawk here, which is so nice for this because it is instant speed and guarantees 2 spells. Let's see. Some cantrips and card draw. Nice way to ensure that we have like a setup spell. And then some suggestions that we had from before. Things like Baral's Expertise guarantee a second spell. I'm not sure already certainly guarantees an extra spell. The Expertise cycle here is just nice. Rebound is also helpful because it sets us up later for a free spell to start first. Here we have more cantrips and cheap interaction to set things up. Cards like Reinterpret and Electro Dominance give us a guaranteed second spell. Some ramp. All right, cool. And then some more second spell matters. And we got to be a little mean, right? BJ and Co. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Swap Prismari Command for Flame of Anor. That I can do. Also, I should... Let me... do this. Make a duplication. 8 mana, you can get away with it. Look, I also... It's like, the card is really mean. But it's also like... It's mean in a funny way. You're like, this is so absurdly oppressive and targeted. Like, I wouldn't want somebody to play it every game. But personally, I'm like, if somebody does that to me, I'm like, oh my god. Hell yeah. I can't believe this has happened to me. Like, All right. Where... let's give this a couple goldfishes and see if we can get a feel for it. Cecilia? No, I don't think so. What is that? Man, if this land produced blue, I would keep this one lander. Oh, I'm in the way. Let me move myself a little bit. Nope, not the screen. Me. There we go. Now you can see that opening hand. Oof, another one lander. And now now we got a 5-lander. Interesting. That certainly feels like a variance thing. I think this is a 5-lander I keep though. Let's pretend like we had this early because this is 2 surveil lands, so I don't feel so bad about it. So if we go, let's see. Probably we want the white on the board earlier since we have a double white pip here. We surveil a combat tutorial. I think I'm okay to keep that on top since we will be looking for real spells to cast. So we draw that on turn 2. We surveil again, get that in the bin. Turn 3. We go here, we stock up, we look at 5. Cool. I think the quantum is pretty hot here. And I think we just take a rock, put these on the bottom. Oh, I think that does mean that we have to pitch a card. Tricky. Okay, so then draw. The next turn we go here. So I think this depends on what you are. I think for me, the play here is play a talisman, play Scionist, so that now on this turn we draw, we play a land, we cast Shiko and Narsa as our first spell, which leaves 2 mana up, which means we can cast something for 4. Do we have enough white pips for this? No, not quite. That would have been ideal. But we can like copy combat tutorial. Draw 1, 2, 3, 4, and put 2 counters on our stuff. That's pretty great. Okay. Let's reset now because I feel pretty confident about that start, if just a little slow. Yeah, man. We're getting the same shuffler. That's pretty bad. All right. 3 lands, no white, but Arcane Signet. You definitely keep this. We go 1 Thundering Falls. I think this is fine. I will keep that. Turn 2, land, Signet. Turn 3. Let's see. We can just slam Shiko and Narset. You all, so tell me your experience in this, everybody, because my experience both playing with like, you know, casually with people that I haven't met before, and also playing with good, like very good Magic players. If I jam a commander early with like tap out for it, no protection, it usually lives, unless it's something like Voja or like it has to be a really big threat for people to go kill it. Because very honestly, that's usually a bad move for the person that does it. So like for me in this position, I just go land, jam Shiko and Narset, pass the turn, and generally I will untap with this. But I know a lot of people really don't like that. All right, now, I mean, like, we are cooking here because we can go Corey Stillcutter. Then if we have good targets for Thraben Charm, we just like go, cool, remove 2 things, make a 1/1. And that's, we even can run at our tap land here. Like, we definitely want this. That's also a nice start. All right, we're going to do one more before we start to make some adjustments here. Jekyll Hyde. So, do you mean instant, like, that Shiko and Narset would be an insta kill? Or do you mean my example of, like, Voja? Hey, Randy. I know a little bit of harmonica. I play a mean O Susanna. All commanders are insta kills. They're not. They're not. I mean this. I mean this very like. You know, this is a casual game. Play the way that you want it to. If we are analyzing this from an optimal gameplay standpoint, that is not a good move. Like Shiko Narset does not have anything that is protecting it, so it's pretty interactable whenever you want it to be. Also, the thing that it provides is not like a real threat until later on when this player has developed their things more. It's just a value engine, and in fact one that requires a good bit of setup. So spending your resources at that early point in the game versus developing your forward game plan, playing 2 colors a bunch of protection. I'm fine for this thing to stay on the board the entire game. What you lose out on your own momentum early in the game like that is not worth the setting back a single player for. Because that you are then allowing 2 other players to push farther ahead. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying the card isn't good. Every commander has a reason that you would not want it on the board, but you need to weigh that with, is your game plan like not good enough to focus on that early in the game? Because think about even just the basic idea of, okay, this player has tapped out to play their commander. You on your turn could do the same thing. Or you could spend one of the few removal spells in your deck to hit it right now. Now, sure, that player is behind. You are also behind. Two other players get to do whatever they want. There's certainly more nuance to to the strategy of this play, but are you playing a control deck? Do you have those resources to spend? Is your deck built to play in that way? But I think as far as commanders go, this is one that I would not have high on my priority list to remove immediately. And I think it is a common mistake that a lot of commander players will do is seeing, well, but that's a card that's good. Your commander is a card that does a thing that might be scary. I will kill it immediately. The number of commanders that actually have that are actually something you need to remove immediately is much smaller than people realize. Oh, thank you. I was like, what are you doing? But this is commander. It is not important to play optimally. Also, everybody has different opinions of things. Also, there are so many factors that can change the situation. But I encourage you, in general, if you are a player that constantly removes commanders very early, try not doing that and see how it affects your games. I would put up a lot of money to say that you win more games if you focus on developing yourself in those early turns versus removing somebody's commander as soon as they play it. All right, let's do this final playtest here. We have a play on 2. The play on 2 does kind of set up Gear Hulk. But is that worth it? I think I tried this hand. If we go like Temple, Scry this away. Draw the next turn. Get a white source on the board. Now we have a rock. So I think I'm good for Mindstone here. Draw Verge. I think this is another moment where I just jam. We draw, play land. We have 5 mana to work with. So we can go Oh wait, you know what? We need more red pips. We play this land. We go Curse of Opulence is our first one probably. Oh, this only lets us play the cards this turn. This actually would be on my chopping block because it's not the most efficient removal. 3 mana for 5 to single target at sorcery speed, and it means we've spent a chunk of our mana. Yes, I did. Also, Nerd Girl, did you see my message? I think it was a little while. I forgot to remind you there were some things that I left. Hi, Caro. Hi, everybody. My God, it's Twitter famous Caro IRL. Not IRL though. I'm so you did get them. Thank you so much. I'm flustered, you know. I can only imagine getting so much engagement over on the blue sky. Thank you for the raid. Everybody. I met Caro through a good friend. We played one game of one game of Magic the Gathering, and I had an okay time. So you should you should follow her. Okay, what was I doing here? Right. Oh, actually, no. I should point out that Kara was nice enough. She was the only person. I played like a full game with the worst audio because it was coming through my webcam as opposed to my good microphone. She was the only person to say anything about it. Everybody else was gonna be was letting me sound like a tin can. We play this Curse of Opulence. Then I think it depends on the situation, but I think I don't like this card here. We run this out. That leaves us with 2 mana open. This gets doubled because it targets. So as an additional cost, we pitch this, I guess. Draw 2, draw 2. This is running pretty smooth, actually. Okay. So let's figure this out. I'll move myself back down to the bottom here. Okay. All right, so let's use what we learned here. Yeah, like Flame of Anor here, because of the instant speed and the options. I actually like keeping Prismari Command around. Yeah. Because what's nice about this, you again have relevant modes, but also even if you just need an extra spell, you can just choose a treasure token mode to help like get a rebate on your spell. All right. Yeah. So have you had issues with this other than like mana variance? Because like I think 38 lands is very solid. Um and it seemed to function smoothly to me. Um it felt a bit slow. Hmm. I mean, I think the the commander is not a fast commander. This is saying, hey, we want to get to a point where we can consistently cast 2 spells at least once per rotation. This just is a commander that wants to get to mid to late game safely. So couldn't get into gear until turn 4. Like it won't. Um, it will not get into gear until those turns. So I wonder then, what can we do to feel like you've made a relevant impact or protected yourself better to get to that point? If that is the kind of thing that you're looking for, um, then what can you do to feel better about it? Um, all right. Well, one, I think we can run more rocks. This deck is happy to have as much mana as it can get, and the rocks are, especially if they tap for mana right away, are just a 1 mana. Here's my first spell. So we can definitely run like Felwar Stone here. I think if you all are okay with my concept of like just jam your commander and let it go, as long as it's not super kill on sight, I think you run whatever 2 mana rocks that you can get that cost that tap for mana right away. Uh, the signets are a little rougher for me, but still fine if you're playing them on 2. Um, so I will. Let's see. Where's a good place to put these? Um, I'll move this to considering, and I'll put this stuff in the sideboard. Um, okay, so let's see. Yeah, we've got those. What are there other 2 mana rocks that are relevant here? Because like there's plenty that we could put into the deck, but I'm trying to think what if there's any other ones with upside. Yeah, I think the signets are totally doable here. All right. Let's see. Red. I I get the feeling that I'm not going to find exactly what I'm looking for. Like, there's only so much you can expect out of a 2-mana rock. Ooh, one of my personal favorites. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go Pentat Prism, baby. This is pretty nice here because you have a 3-color deck. It's going to be very easy to put 2 counters on this. Hey, welcome back, Sunburst. It stores 2 mana for you to use on a later turn. It also is a free first spell if you get it later in the game, because you just play it for 2 and then immediately use the 2 mana, you know, thus costing you no real mana but giving you your first spell. So I like that here. Okay. I think a big part of me wants cuz like getting to at least double combat tutorial or Sazakap's brew was really nice. I think I'd want the same thing out of like consult the star charts, like any of our card draw. Even like stock up is just so good that you're probably fine, but I really want the draws to also have a target if that's possible to do. Also, if you're feeling a lot of variance in your in like mana screw, mana flood, this deck really likes MDFCs. Because also a lot of those spells fit the bill for Chico Narset. So like if you care to, I would put like a full set of like definitely like Sink into Stupor, Wink into Stupor. That's not it. Let's see. Are there other ones that I want? I don't know why my mind is blanking on them, but yeah, I mean, like I do know that a lot of these come with like some price tags. Avoid over 10. That is fair. If you can find these for under 10, like this is I put this in everything. But let's see. Do we have any good options for a little under that? Yeah, like Shatter Skull Smash would also be here, but that's a little over 10. Even like Razorgrass Ambush here, I would love to have in this because it's a land when you need it, and then this is like 3 damage to an attacking or blocking creature. It's not a ton, but if my one card kills 2 things, I'm happy because you can double this. You know, even the tap lands are you can consider. So like Kazul's Fury, something like that. But yeah, okay. Um, eh. Thank you, Jerome. Hmm. I believe in you, Randy. You could do it. There's another angle that you could try here also to feel actually now all right now I'm now I found the thing. Uh let's see what our suspend options are, because this allows you to make really relevant plays early in the game that then turn into your first spell for Shiko and Narset. So you spend your first couple turns setting things up. Of course, the problem with suspend spells is if you get them late, but I think this is a good place to explore. Man, I can't believe Ancestral Vision is 80 cents. What a world we live in. Um I think some of these are definitely worth considering. Actually, Ancestral Vision is not bad. I'd have to look through because you have a couple other ways that you can cast these. Like Electro Dominance. Yeah, I like the idea of like because we want ones that are pretty functional on their own. Ooh, yeah, like Inevitable Betrayal. That's nice. That's nice. So it's only suspend 3, so this is a card that will get cast. It also targets. So the way that suspend works is it gets to your upkeep and there's one counter left on it. There's a trigger to remove the counter, and then and then a trigger that puts this spell onto the stack. So if you have an instant, you can cast. You can go. All right, great. Go to my upkeep, remove a counter. Trigger goes on that wants to cast Inevitable Betrayal, play like a Brainstorm or something. Then Inevitable Betrayal trigger goes off, casting it. Therefore, your second spell. So you also have those tricks to do that. Yeah. So Inevitable Betrayal. I think give Ancestral Vision a shot. I'm remind me to look through to see if there are other acceptable ways that you have to actually cast that. These sorts of the resuspend spells are a little slow, but you might want to try them as well. I think if it's me, I get greedy and I play stuff like Lotus Bloom and Mox Tantalite, but they're definitely high risk, high reward cards. Like if you start the game with one of these in your hand, it's gonna go really well for you. Oh yeah, other Shiko. It's reasonable. Even like Rift Bolt. Yeah. Rousing Refrain is I think of the spells that resuspend themselves, one of the better ones. I think you could definitely run this, especially the fact that you can suspend it on turn 2. But it's also a fine card to just cast for 5. Yeah. It's like same for Soul Talisman. Like I would be greedy and I would run that. More I'm thinking about it, so like maybe I put this deck together. I've been thinking about doing a second spell deck, and I kind of want to run those cards. Anyway, that's not the focus right now. Okay, I think those are ones that I would try, for sure. You could, if you want to get spicy, you could mess around with these, but Inevitable Betrayal, Ancestral Vision, and what's its face, Rousing Refrain, I think are good ones for this deck. Yeah, because I really like these, but I've definitely been playing a lot of red recently, so. Sick. You know what? Because I like where this is going, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm just gonna make a couple cuts. I'm gonna add these in, and we're gonna see what happens. Let's just move all of these to the main deck. I won't worry about Sink into Stupor since that is a little out of the price range. And then we're just going to do some quick goldfishes. What would I cut for these? Let's see. Did we already cut that one? Yeah. I think I'm happy with all of those. I'm not so concerned about consult the star charts. Like, I know what Mauld is saying. Put this card in every deck. It's good. It's not that good. Let's see. I don't think you need this reprieve. And if you are going to do it, you got to run the cooler version, the OG Remand. Yeah. But don't forget, though, your draw is not so desperate, because if your second spell doesn't target, you just draw. Oh yeah, we added this and we can cut a land. I'm not high on this card, especially since you don't get value out of it really until later. I think it's much better in a deck that's consistently able to attack early on. It's nice that you can double it. It's nice that it's cheap, but I'm not that worried. Okay. What am I cutting here? Let's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 basics. A couple ways to search them. Cut here. 2 more. Honestly, I'm gonna. This may not be the card is just good, but I think for the sake of it, it's just in there because it's good. The tricolor land, yeah, I think this mana base is fine. The majority of the lands produce 2 different colors. The tri lands without upside are overrated, I think. Okay. I also don't think I'm worried about Emeritus, another generically good card that I just you may be having a different experience, but I'm not worried about the card draw in this deck. Okay, 1 lander. 2 lands. We do have a source of red here. We keep this. Draw. Let's go wastes. Oh no, we don't. We'll just do this tapped. On turn 1, draw. Turn 2, play here. Play here. Turn 3. Turn 3, jam. Turn 4, we can go Strom's Expertise into Alice, which is hot. We can also go Station Monitor into Alice, start setting up another option for 2. These are both really good options. I think I like to set up secondary payoff here. We play that for 2, play Alice, get a 1/1 draw card from Shiko Narset, and then also search for Alpha Note. That goes to hand. Draw land 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is turn 5. We're sitting on 6 mana. We're able to go We can go consider quantum misalignment, make a second Chico. We get ready for sorry, make two more Chicos. And then on if any bit of that lasts to the next turn, then quantum misalignment rebounds as our first spell. But if you wanted to get super greedy with this, like let's assume people can kill 2 out of the 3 Chicos. So we've got a quantum misalignment on rebound. We'll do our consider, draw a card, or surveil, and then yeah, I think we're happy with the land. That means that on this turn, rebound triggers. Wants to put this on the stack at instant speed. I was definitely thinking this had flash. Just kidding. I got a little excited. I got a little too excited. Yeah, this is hot. We didn't even see any of the things we swapped, right? Let's do one more and then I'll move on to the next deck. Okay. Yeah, I might have to build one of these. All right, yeah, this looks super solid. We draw a card. We will play a Temple. Scry. Snap seems good. We'll draw that card. We go Island. Actually, we don't need Island right now. Let's just preordain. Scry 2. Yeah, I think we're happy with a Talisman. We don't need a second one of these, though. This goes to bottom. We will then play a tap land. Turn 3. We go here. Turn 3. Scientist here. Turn 4. Land. If we go Talisman, we have 2 mana, but next thing is reduced by 2. Unfortunate that we can't do this, but oh, actually, you know what? Is it better? I think we go Cosmogrand first. Next spell is reduced by 2, so we just play a free Talisman. We make 2 1/1s. We now have 2 mana available for other turns, which we can actually double spell on another turn by going Snap into Opt. But we don't necessarily have to do that because the next turn then we go Chico and Narset for 4. We can play something for 3. That can just be combat tutorial or whatever. Yeah, this is cooking. This is cooking. Bang. That deck makes me happy. I do think I'm gonna have to put one of these together. Cool. All right, we shall move on to Electman's second submission here. I will be back in just a moment. Duplicate tags, go. Also, I realize I guess I should just do this. So here, everybody, here is the deck list. So you can see it on your own, especially since I will be back in a moment. But also just so you can like follow along a little closer. Okay, I have returned. So I got the notes for this. Yes. Let me bring this up. Yeah, I mentioned before, Alec, man, I really appreciate that. Like, just a little extra support for whatever. You all know that you are never obligated. Just simply, you know, spending time here with me and following along with our content is a good way to support. But I really do appreciate just a little bit extra. Okay, so this is Electman's Una Grand Summoner deck. This is, so we're in Bant colors. She has the ability, the weirdly worded one, that's tap add a mana of any color when you cast a creature spell this turn. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, the creature enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters, and then whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that many counters, +1/+1 counters on target creature. So Electman has said the goal is Saga creatures and Saga accessories. Nice. We can have some general counter or enchantress support, but to quote Maldhound when he roasted an earlier version of this list, I want it to feel like the sagas are getting you. That we can do. Okay, so yes, Saga base is a great way for this to go. I want to point out the initial synergy with this for those of you who may not have seen. So Una, her second ability cares if a permanent, any permanent, is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, and then it cares if it had counters on it. Doesn't matter what kind of counters. You then put that many +1/+1 counters on a creature. So if a Saga, even if it's not a creature, hits its final chapter and is sacrificed, you, however many lore counters were on it, you put that many +1/+1 counters on a creature. Nice. So some really good synergy with that already. If we take a closer look, Composer's Spring messed up it for Enchantress. But one thing I'll be definitely keeping an eye on is if there is enough. Oh, Randy, you know it. It's a Dio household. Composer Spring, we'll be keeping an eye on how many enchantments we actually have, since we're more focused on like the Saga angle. It's sometimes these decks don't have the actual enchantment count to make this good, but let's see. Yeah. Man, I remember the Dream from Final Fantasy Limited. Garnet on turn 2, and then any like Fenrir on turn 3. So nice. Removing counters, good for sagas. Enchantress stuff, counter manipulation, enchantress stuff, enchantress stuff, enchantress stuff. Ooh, interesting. Now, this was a swap after Mauld recommended I cut it from Anakthea. Yeah. Well, like I said, we haven't seen the whole thing yet, so it may just be that there are enough enchantments in this anyway. It's just definitely something to look out for, because this is one that I see as an auto include in any deck that cares about enchantments. But it is not necessarily an auto include in those decks. Let's see. What was I on? Oh yeah, Rishkar. Rishkar's cute because the bottom ability, like Una, only cares that there is a counter on the creature, not that it is a +1/+1 counter. So all of your sagas will also tap for mana. However, I will put this up on my list of without having seen the rest of the deck, this would be less important to me, because the consistent, like, this card is best when you're able to play it early and have 2 targets for it, itself and something else. Um, and that you have a deck that consistently has counters on everything. This might be able to do that, but it's not. That's not the first point of the deck. Let's see. Yeah, Enchantress, counter manipulation, modified. I think this is still fair because this is one of those cards where the effect is good enough where you don't have to have like a billion things doing this. You just have to have a couple. Enchantress. All right, so now we've got our sagas. Danny Pink. Oh God, what a card. What a card. What's nice about this too is it works with Yuna. If a creature enters with counters, counters are being put onto that creature. Okay. Falco, very cute here. Removing your lore counters from stuff to cast off the top of the library. Yeah, what's funny in this situation is I love this card. I think it is very good here. I will be keeping an eye out on like because the sagas are free, like free value. You don't have to put in any input to repeatedly get counters onto it, so it's probably fine. Let's see. Yeah, Broodmoth is nice, bringing back your saga creatures. Sagas. All so many sagas. And then, yeah, Yuna reanimates them with the finality counter. But this deck has so many ways to manipulate those counters that really that's so easy to get around. You're just like, great, cool. Let me remove the finality counter. We're right back where we started. Cool. Blink to reset the them. This is it. I like it. I guess my instinct here though is that so this is double blink. I guess that's that's worth it. Remove everything off of all of your stuff, so this resets all of your sagas and makes a big old sin. Next round, did you know you can sneak that in with a Shadowfax? All right. Thoughts on including an assault suit? My thoughts on including an assault suit are, it's fine. I believe that it does continue to gain lore counters and then trying to sacrifice itself. Oh, actually, hold on. I have to look back at the rules, the actual rules for sagas. You may brick the game by doing that. Okay, hold on. I gotta look at that right now. I gotta find that out right now. Um, Saga rules, because if it is there's a world where doing that means you create a loop. I hold on. I've almost got it. Yeah, it's so it is a state-based action for a saga to be sacrificed when it has lore counters equal to or greater than its final chapter. So the game will be stuck in a loop of checking state-based actions, saying, "Hey, sacrifice this." Assault suit saying you can't, and then it going, "Okay, so now let's check state-based actions again." So don't do that. That's why you don't do that. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, actually, I that's almost correct except for the loop part. Um, if it was a trigger, if it was a trigger, then that would work. Uh, that's the piece that I'm getting this confused with. So, um, because it's a state-based action, the game goes to check it, says it can't, and it's okay with that. Uh, it will recheck it, I believe, at every single instance that it can, but it does not repetitively check. So that does not cause an issue with the game. If it was here, let me. I think this is an example. We're getting things are getting weird now. Does this card do what I'm looking for? No. It's one of the old. Anyway, there were a lot of old blue creatures that were worded as a trigger, like when you don't control an island, sacrifice this. And since it said when you don't, that's a trigger. If you were to put an assault suit on that, then that becomes an infinite loop because the trigger checks for the situation, tries to sacrifice, assault suit says no, and then the trigger checks again. But in this case, you're fine. So yeah, if you wanted to include assault suit, that'd be fine. If you want to keep these around, personally, I think the deck is really well suited to not really well suited to not use assault suit because as ways to recur these and ways to continuously set the counters back. So I think assault suit is fun and cute, but I don't think it is what the deck wants. Okay, we've got some ramp and some interaction, collective effort. What are you here for? Just generically flexible card, I guess. This is funny because it can turn your regular sagas into saga creatures. No. Are you kidding? I that was a tangent I wanted to go on because you all know me at this point. Like that's interesting at least to me. Let's see, instance. Cute. Man, I love this card. Okay. I like it. Great card here. Sacrifice your sagas, get more sagas. Hey, Dragon Master Dre. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Currently doing a deck tech on this Yuna Grand Summoner deck submitted by Elecman. Okay. Let's start here. Are there saga creatures that we have that are not in the deck? Ooh, Esper Origins. This card is pretty good. I think you have the one in considering. I would I think I would be, my instinct is to be running that card. Let's see, Jill, I want to say that you are not as good in multiplayer, right? 2 times something unblockable, 3rd time tap all lands your opponent's control. Yeah, it's not the most useful. Chokamog is the only, yeah, and I think that's Leviathan. I think that's probably also not great for you. Yeah, I would definitely look into Esper Origins here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Leviathan, this seems not ideal for you. And then there's like the Dion, Crystal Fragments, Let's just get a feel for this. Unfortunate. Okay, we'll keep that. Go Citadel. Vine Glimmer Snarl. Sad, we don't have a land in hand. Draw. Yikes. I think that's just unlucky. Surveil, bin, draw, cultivate. All right, this was not, I think, not a representative start of this. This is fine. Like, it curves out, but so we draw, we temple, we scry that away, I think. Draw turn 2. Waka. Draw on 3. We can go Entity Tracker flashed in. Turn 4. Sad. Bottom of deck. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, wait. We could, yes, I was thinking Surveil land. If we like Nature's Lore for an untapped, and then like Consult for 4. Draw. Funky. All right, we'll give this one more shot before I now then start to make some decisions here. Turn 1. On 2, let's see, we have a 4-mana Saga here and Scholar. I think Scholar is a better choice here because we can use this right away. So we go to our next turn, we activate Scholar, remove the counter from itself. Is it this tapped? Yeah. That is not a... Whoops. Portico. Close and shuffle. Surveil. Search for glory. I think we're happy here. Bin this. Then also play here. We have 3 mana available. I think we're okay to just Farseek here. Surveil again. We're gonna keep that. Right. There's not a way we get this back. I think I bin this. Okay, we got to draw next turn. We do have enough basics. So this is what? This is turn 4. Turn 4, Yuna Garnet. Turn 5, drop a Saga. Garnet. Okay. Is Colfiner's earned to redundant for recursion? Man, it's been a while. This was just reprinted in something too. Yeah, creature toughness 4 greater, put in your graveyard. You can exile at end step. If you have 3, you return the cards. I think it's fine. I think I'd be happier with just things that pull stuff out of my graveyard. Because, like, that doesn't even bring back your Knights of Round. Yeah, it probably hits most of the other things, though, right? It's okay. It's okay. I think my struggle here is I don't want to play Yuna. Like that's not a bad thing. It's just what I'm doing with the sagas and everything else, all the other cards, like feel better to do. Sterile. I think that information should be below in the on the page. Should be. Spar in the command zone, unit in the 99. Because I think the thing is, Yuna's strength here, if we're focused on sagas, is not her first ability. It is her second ability. And so she's better for me to play later in the game when some of the sagas are ready to pop. So that might not be it might not be that you need to switch them. It's just that like this is different from your typical game plan of, okay, play commander, now I do the thing with the commander. $13, 14, 15. Also, by the way, there's not enough enchantments for this card. Let's see. Any chance that you oh wait, actually I don't think these are. If this is in the budget, I think everybody should be grabbing these lands. They just, I think their price is just going to continue to increase because this set wasn't opened as much, and these cards are just really good in a lot of stuff. This one's pretty nice here. Being able to make copies of your sagas. Yeah, this to me would definitely be a consideration here. Let's see what else you got in this considering section. Yeah, having something that can get your creatures tapped as a land is so nice. Calyx is messed up also. If this is a thing that you're considering that you like have, definitely run this. Yeah, I would definitely be in with Esper Origins. That's okay. That is just simply like absolutely yes if you have a spare copy for this deck. But otherwise don't worry too much about it. But yeah, we'll put this back in considering. Yeah, I like both of these here. Uh, what was the verdict for lore counters building after the final chapter? Oh, I don't know actually. That was a. I was more interested in locking the game up. Yeah, but I can answer that pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, it continues to get lore counters. It continues to get lore counters because that is just its own separate trigger at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. Put a lore counter on this, and it does. It is not connected to any of the rest of it. Is there? I see that what Titus is not here, as another card that synergizes really well with this. That was in the precon. Did you cut him on purpose, or was this a fresh build? List of cards for your brainstorming tech. I mean, you can just post it in the chat. Like I trust your post here. Yeah, the precon left out because proliferation would make your saga creatures go away too soon. But it's don't forget that proliferate is your choice. So for each thing that you could proliferate, you can just say I don't want to. But also his first ability moves counters around, so you can take them off of some sagas to set them back, but put them onto other ones to move them forward, which is nice. And it provides a source of card draw. And then the proliferate gives you the option to get to your later chapters if you want them. I think he is very strong in this instance. Yeah, proliferate is a May. It's not, hey, everything that you can put counters on, put counters on. It's for each thing on the board that has a counter, you make a decision. Add a counter of each type onto it or don't. And that is decided per permanent. And Rob the Princess is pointing out something that is marginally important, especially since this deck has things that will have lore counters and +1/+1 counters. If this has a +1/+1 counter on it, you can't proliferate just one type. You have to proliferate all counters on it or no counters on it. But yes, I think he's very good here. That's funny, Rob, because I was just thinking also, does it make a better ripples of potential or mutational advantage? I think are better than like protection magic and unbreakable formation here. So here's ripples and mutational advantage. Both of them proliferate and phase things. Well, ripples phases out permanents, and mutational advantage gives them hexproof and indestructible. And then you have that additional proliferate option. I think they're both better than these. I know I missed some. Let's see. Does he make a better commander than Yuna? I don't think so. I think Yuna is a good choice. She's just you just play her later in the game plan. Because we only goldfished to like the first few turns. But I think she's just a late play, and that's okay. With ripples, do you phase out a saga creature before the state-based check? Do you mean to sacrifice it? Let's see. Proliferate, then choose any number of permanents you control that had a counter put on them this way. Those permanents phase out. Yes, the way I read this, yes. It just, also, Rob, again, correct. As soon as they come back, state-based actions goes, hey, that's got too many counters on it. Get it out of here. But it does weirdly keep them, yeah, for a turn. Okay. I think then, with this adjusted idea that you are really focused because you want to get your sagas out and going, and you don't need Yuna on the board until a little bit afterward. They've got a couple counters on them already. Then then I think your goal is to get some sagas rolling as soon as you can, which is a little tricky since they're just the two that are at 3 mana. Only 2 more at 4, and then you start getting to 5, and they're doable. So then how do we make this work? Like, more than it is already. Bringing back Choco Mog as a 3 mana option. I mean, it's not great. I don't think the card is good here. All right, I'm gonna give you a suggestion that you don't have to consider, but I think structurally this deck is actually conflicted as to what it wants to do, because there are a lot of Enchantress elements here. I don't think this is an Enchantress deck. I think you can free up a lot of space in this by cutting a lot of Enchantress pieces, because your actual enchantment count is fairly low. Um, you have five enchantments here, and then if you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You only have 20 total enchantments. But I think if you do that, it means you cut a lot of stuff. I think you cut all but the best options here. I would consider Eidolon, since it both is itself an enchantment and cares about ETBs, not casts. Yeah, I feel better about this. Honestly, I think you get rid of this too. Yeah, any of the stuff that cares about like mass amounts of enchantments is not super important. You need like 1 or 2 sagas, but that's about it. Oh, here's one. Here we go. Okay, so now let's just run this thing with Chocomog. It is the worst option, certainly, but you still get the benefit of like the manipulation that you have here. It still provides, you know, counters, anything that eventually dies. Cut the ramp enchantments then. No, because these are some of the best ramp options. Like being able to ramp on turn 1 is really good. Fertile Ground is criminally underplayed. Like you can swap them out if you want, but I don't think it's important. With I guess the exception being if you can find ramp that synergizes with what the other elements of the deck. And so now I think what you want is you're ideally getting a saga going as fast as possible, and then playing Yuna late. So I think we just need like one more thing that helps us to get a saga going quickly. I do think okay. So we add the actual Esper, what's its face in? No. Add that. I think we go with like Dion as another option to play something reasonable. I think we go with what's her face. Jill, thank you. Cecil, oh yeah, Barbara Wright. I thought about it. I don't know that that's what this deck wants, but it is an interaction that makes me happy. Let's see. All the flip ones exile themselves. They don't turn over. We don't want things leaving the battlefield. And what does this do again? This is just this is not the worst. Okay, we've got that going. Cool. All right, we're getting to these quickly. We are then... We have this for when they die. I think one more way to bring them back, and I am happy. Starfield of Nyx, I think, is still pretty pricey. But I'd love to have another... yeah, it's still up there. What about... something to return... I think setting up... Resurgent Belief, I think, is less good here, because you have to set it up ahead of time, and like that takes some very strange planning. But I think like Redress Fate is a good option. You have the actual miracle of hitting it off the top, or you can just plan like it's okay that this spell costs a lot because you're not playing it until later. Just shell out a clean 130 for a replenish, easy. I mean, there's other options too. Like the Resurgent Belief is fine, but yeah, Redress Fate I think is perfectly fine here. We're good for it to be expensive. So now if we run through this with the adjusted game plan, we can go like, sure, draw forest, draw wastes, Farseek into like. I think we want, this is fine, close, surveil, Kodama, I don't think we need you right now. We surveil you into the bin, we draw, here is another green source. Weirdly, our play here is Yuna, just because we don't have a better use of the mana right now. Draw... play this. That's unfortunate. We'll play Y'shtola, I guess, which comes in with counters. It does not really matter much. Okay. This really needed a saga, which so let's start this hand then. This we have our crappiest saga. Oof, that is a slow start. I think this is a Kodama's Reach though. If we grab another plains and what we need second blue for Y'shtola. So put that into hand, close and shuffle. This is turn 4. Turn 4. We can go Chocomog and Sanctum Weaver. Turn 5, this is at 2. Turn 5. Now we have some options. This is turn 5. We have 8 mana. So close. I'm in the way again. Play Yuna. We're guaranteed 9 mana on the next turn. And And then here you have your choice. I think if it was me, then I play Search for Glory, and I search for a dopey saga to throw people off. Because we have now a pretty solid setup, knowing that Bahamut is in hand. So I think I would look through my library for like I would tutor for a red herring. And I would just be like, oh yeah, I'm just getting this primal Gerudo. We really need to take care of so and so's, yeah, for like Fat Chocobo or something. I think Fat Chocobo is maybe a little too far, but you find something that's like okay that people are not scared of, so they don't mess with your stuff, and then the next one you just drop bomb it. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna test this one more time. Nice 6-lander. And then I feel pretty good about this. I think that is the right way to go with this deck. This is not really Enchantress. This is Sagas that only needs a couple Sagas and Saga Synergy to function. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, right. I have not drawn yet for this turn. We don't have a Forester Plains. That's okay because we can just play this tapped, and I'm gonna consult for 2 because whatever. All right, turn 3 we have 4 mana. This is just like slightly awkward. It is so ironic that now that we've done this and I've been like, all right, your game plan is to play Una late. It just the cards that we've drawn have made it the right play. What can you do? We have 6 mana. It is turn 4. Yeah. Here's a Fat Chocobo. With a +1/+1 counter on it. Here's another island. I mean, like, we can also just slam a Sin depending on what everybody else's board looks like. We have like swing Chocobo, somebody blocks it, you go cool. Here's Una number 2. We're bringing it back. I think this has got a good flow to it. I like it. I think the link from before still worked. Wouldn't Una give it 2 counters? Right. Yeah, I think that's the direction I would go with this. It certainly needs a little more tuning, but I think the mindset of this is not an Enchantress deck. This does not care about a bunch of enchantments. It cares about getting a Saga or 2 on board and doing Saga stuff is a much better way to approach the deck building for it. Yeah. Casual Depression. Are you still here? Here, hello. Ooh. All right. Let's take a look at what we got. Good night, Alec, man. Thank you as always for your submissions. Okay. So this is I assume based off of the World Shaper Precon. We have Zarl. 5 mana, you get a 2/5 flyer that lets you play lands from your graveyard. You can sack, or when you sacrifice non-token permanents during your turn, you put counters equal to Zarl's power on another target creature. Heavily modified. Cool. Now, I've talked about this a little bit, like in a video or two, and then I think last time we looked at a Hearthhall deck. I think Hearthhall is the much better commander out of the precon, but I also think that Zarl plays very differently. Like I think the two operate differently, and I think that the precon was better suited to support Hearth Hall. So let's take a look. So like the big things we're looking for are consistent ways to get lands into the bin, and consistent ways to sacrifice non-token permanents. You know, like Elvish Reclaimer. Keep forgetting to pick up one of these. I need a copy of this card. It's like, oh hey, repeatable crop rotation? Sure. You are here, I assume, as a good big mana payoff. Good ways to sacrifice lands. Payoffs for sacrificing things. Some landfall all-stars. Cool. This card is excellent. This plays much better than you all think. Let's see. Ooh, double powering. That works really nicely with Zaro. Drop a land, pump this thing's power up, sack the land. Yeah. Same with Orboroid. All right. Oh, we have another Root Path Purifier. I think because we had this on the last time that we had a stream, and I made me very sad to cut it. But this is like, hopefully this deck has the support for it, but rarely do I find that to be the case. But we shall see. Because we have a couple ways to make landers here. Okay, we have some other big mana payoffs. Tormented Hailfire, Genesis Wave, Devastating Onslaught. Interesting. Okay, and then like, you know, cycling through land stuff. Okay. Vamp Tutor, huh? What are you typically using Vamp Tutor for? Let's see. Oh, man, this card is great too. I had a Hazazon deck together for a while, and this card was incredible in it. This just reads 3 mana, tutor 4 lands. Biggest counter to Vamp Tutor has been Dillian Click. That's funny. Lol, hi. Hey. I have been seen once or twice with the Hound. This is submitted deck techs. We do this every Wednesday for the most part, where sometimes patrons will submit deck lists, and then also we do it via, man, I'm mirrored, via donation. They're closed off for today just because we got a bunch, but we do this every Wednesday. Ooh, Endstone. What are we doing with Endstone? We don't have a lot of life manipulation here. But we do have ways to play lands. Now, an important thing to point out for everybody, this says whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card. What is a limit normally? There's not really a hard limit. It just depends on how much time that I have available. Like today we have a total of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think 11 deck techs, which we capped it at that. But some days I'll have more time, some days I'll have less. End stone. So when you play a land, you draw a card, but make sure that you understand that it is only if you are taking the action of playing a land. This is not landfall. So Azusa gives you 2 additional land drops. Those draw you cards off of Endstone. Farseek does not draw you a land off of Endstone. You get targeted a lot. Hey, that's a good way to compensate for it. Great Henge. Great Henge. What are we Great Henging? I mean, like, the card, super generically powerful, but 26 creatures is a little low, and we're not really going to be discounting it much. Like, with this being the nice option. But other than that, like, we have to do like a setup with like Might Form Harmonizer or something to actually discount it significantly. I think this falls into the realm of the card is so good that you can just run it in whatever and it will be good. But I think it is much weaker than it normally is in this deck. Let's see. I also squandered resources. What a card. I have to get a copy of this for my CEDH Wandering Minstrel. What a card. Rhythm of the Wild. What do we want this for? So, this is like falling in the same realm for me of we have a lower creature count. We don't have counter synergies. We don't really need the haste. It might be another, I get targeted a bunch of my play group, so I don't like my things to be countered, but like this isn't protecting enough. Hydros, just in case you're looking to swing for lethal with either one of them. Yeah, I don't think that's worth running a card like this then for two other cards. Doesn't the one have haste too? This one has haste. What is this song that you've submitted, Cecil? Yeah, I know. I got you. Redundancy because we just want to go fast. I mean, I think I want to say that there are better options. Oh, okay. And now we do need to look at this land base. Nice. We have a land centric deck. We've got 42, including MDFCs. You'll love to see it. Let's see. You're a Lotus Field. Cool. Okay. Let's see. We have Wooded Foothills. Are more fetch lands out of the budget? Sub deck redeem? I have no idea. Just have an extra copy of the black green one. Yeah, because we have red green, and yeah, red black. On the Kofi thing, I don't know. Because this is really it's Nerd Girl's setup. I just work here. Yeah, so how many, let's see, how many total sacrifice lands do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not a lot of sacrifice lands. Now, I guess you don't need that many. But it feels like there could be more. And now let's also look at the number of utility lands, things that are doing significant things that we'd want, like, to fix problems. Glacial Chasm. Sort of Urza Saga, not really. And then, like, the two, so you pick it all at it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about what to suggest here. Like, is budget not really an issue? Are you trying to keep this within? I think this is bracket 3. Yeah. Would Field of the Dead be better than Vamp Tutor? I think so. Budget is not an issue. Sick. Here's a Verdant Catacombs. Here's a Prismatic Vista. Let's see. We have Fabled. Yavimaya. Important here so that you can, if you want to save your fetch lands, you can just tap them for green mana. Do we have good ways to, like, return lands? Life from the Loam, I suppose. Oh yeah, and then it also Urborg. This also makes Command Beacon very good. because you just never have to worry about command tax at all. You just command beacon Sarl to your hand, play it, return the command beacon. mm. Takanuma. Oh, and like the Triumph. Okay, that's where I'm going to start. I do think this is a Field of the Dead deck. Like, and I think at that point you drop one of your other game changers. Right, what else do we have? Crop Rotation, Chasm, Vamp Tutor, Field of Dead. So I think you just drop Vamp Tutor. Like, it is just a generically more powerful card, but synergy often beats power. Let's see. Lands that I think we need less of here. Let's see. You can probably cut the set of the check lands here. They're totally fine lands, but I think they then get to be some of the weaker ones here of a set of very good lands. That or the Verges. I think either one of those I'd be okay to cut. Personally, I think if I'm consistently able to get the matching type, I like the Verges a little bit more since I can play them on turn 1 and still be able to use them. Cut like one more of these. Yeah, what's our balance about? Very low on these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right. Then let's just for the heck of it, we'll cut the 2 Verge lands that use black. I might have cut 1 too many. We'll put a basic back in. Okay. We have that. You know, it depends on if we have, yeah, we have Scape Shift, we have Nahiri's Lithoforming. Here's the third one of those. Hue the Entwood is sacrifice any number of lands, and then you can put artifacts and lands revealed from the top into play. I think like it's just a really, really strong effect, so you probably want all copies of it. Kodamas and Cultivate, I just think are totally fine cards that are weaker. Especially if you're cutting back on basics. I do still think that you can cut this Root Path Purifier. There's a little bit more incentive now to run it because if you're including Field of the Dead. But I think you just end up you end up better off swapping this for like anything else, Sylvan Scrying or like Archdruid's Charm or something like that. As far as I can tell, like there isn't a combo here, and that would be my only thing is if I'm missing a combo, then you should leave this. But let's see, definitely Joven. Are you averse to the generic powerhouse that is Corvold? Like, this card is really good, and it's very good here. But some people just don't like this card because it's very overtuned. But if you don't mind it, it's really good in this deck. You swap him in and out. I think you can trade your Kodama's Reach and your Cultivate here. Because you're not like running Harrow, which sacrifices a land and searches for 2 basics but puts them untapped. So as long as you avoid the counter spell on this, then that's really nice for this deck. And the other one, Roiling Regrowth. You maybe don't run all of the copies of it since we cut down on basics. What's your most common win condition here? You've built a lot of things that that give you some solid value. But what way are you trying to win? There's a couple different avenues here because like you have a couple pingers. You also are going to be stacking counters up onto creatures, so you can use like the Hydras to kill people. Yeah, Corvold is it's funny because like his design is powerful and good until you put him, with you compare him to any other cards. It's like the problem is not on the card itself. The problem is this then outclasses outclasses every single other commander that does anything similar. Goldvan Hydra into Devastating Onslaught to make as many copies as you can and swing out. That doesn't work, though. Because all of your copies are 0/0s. Aku Valakut. I don't think this is a Valakut deck. We're in 3 colors. We have maybe 5 mountains total. You can Devastating Onslaught onto something else. Hmm. Look, win by boredom, classic old school win con. Yeah, I think that's the thing for me is I'd want to know what is the main game plan? Like what is the way that this deck is going to win most often? Because I think it's it's built well to accomplish what it like what it can do, but the thing it's focused on is not necessarily a win condition. Um you know, like for some common ones like in this land focused Jund realm are like assembling a lands combo that can win you the game. Overrunning your opponents with landfall triggers that are influencing the board. And here we have a little bit of that. We have like uh we have like Baloth Prime that is making a beast when you sacrifice lands. Same for Titania. You're making 5/3s, but the sacrifice is a little bit slower. I suppose you could be setting up for a big, like scape shift or something, but then you still need to figure out how those things are attacking that turn, because otherwise you leave your opponents up for like, easy interaction. Oh no! Oh, these people. Hi Mauled. Hi Mauled House. How are you all? Get at least 2 hours of him. You get at least 2 hours of Main Hound. You unlocked it. Oh my god. I gotta now I'm gonna have to tune in. Oh god. Well, right now, we're finishing up some deck text for the day. I have to go through everybody's decks and cut out all the cards that he suggested for them so that they can actually have functional decks that win games. Okay. But yeah, casual. I think you will I think you would be I think figuring out what your main win conditions are that you want a big important thing for making those last deck decisions for this. Because you do want to lean a little bit more into one of them. Because while making a bunch of copies of a relevant creature is a win condition, that requires you to then hit this card, you know, or Torment of Hailfire for a win. But hey, Cecil, thank you so much. Hopefully, we got some gifts to some of the raiders coming in. Also, Elmo the Red, you get a deck tech by coming back on a different Wednesday. We are cut off for today, but we do this every Wednesday, and all you have to do is go down to the link in the corner on those stream days and donate $30 there. But yeah, so I'll touch on some ways that I think that I would adjust. Either you figure out what like a combo-ish setup would be. So doesn't necessarily have to be an infinite combo, but it's just like, okay, what I'm trying to do here is like get a bunch of my lands into the graveyard and then bring them all back with something like Splendid Reclamation, so that the whatever landfall triggers I have out, just finish off my opponents right then and there. That's a plan. And then you lean much more into like putting lands into the graveyard and making sure that you have more landfall triggers like this that are doing damage. Or another option is you can do the overrun option. In that case, we need more things like Baloth Prime, like Scoot Swarm, like rampaging Baloths, whatever that is able to flood the board with creatures. So that is the way that we are trying to get there. And then in that case, you probably want some effects that are boosting your creatures, so that you get that final big hit in. Your win condition can be start making big old creatures and hitting people with them, but you still need a way to be able to consistently sacrifice non-token permanents then, and I think you really want to be looking for creatures that hold those counters well, that kind of do a lot of work on their own. Like for example, just because it's fresh on my mind, something like Giggling Skitterspike. This isn't necessarily the best choice here, but as an example of, oh hey, when you put a bunch of counters on this kind of does the job by itself. Cool. You can build something that just tries to grind out your opponents over time. And in that case, you probably want to figure out how you are protecting yourself, finding more ways to like set up the Glacial Chasm loop, and then more triggers that are like this that are hitting your opponents over time. But you probably want more interaction in that deck. But I think those are the best directions to go in, and picking one of those is really important for a more focused and successful deck. All right. Well, Cecil, we are here. Do you have a brainstorm list for me? Because this is going to be a little bit different. Probably go more the landfall triggers and double it up. Oh yeah. So then, but which like what kind of landfall approach are you looking at? Like the like grind it out, or the one big pile of lands all at once for a billion triggers. That will be important to figure out. All at once. Okay, then yes. Here I'll put a couple more here. So you want all of the copies of this sort of ability where you're returning a bunch of lands all at once. So Lumra adding in like the Hue the Entwood, Aftermath. That I don't know why I'm putting Alchemist. Aftermath Analyst. Returning all of your stuff. You already have the World Shaper. As many of those, because those are going to be the things that get you there. And then any landfall triggers that are that give you an effect that helps to win directly. Let's see, because you have those two that are doing damage. Like Springheart Antuco. Because putting that on the right thing can just be a win condition. Like anything that flies, or like making copies of Ouroboros, copies of things that trample. Obnixilis, making players lose life, those kinds of triggers. And also, I realized I did not put your link here. So there we go. Okay. Oh yeah, let me... I think I forgot to turn the tags on when I did the duplication here. Okay. Wait, did I not go back far enough? Oh, primer like up here, you mean? Not primer, right? All right. So this is a slightly different request than usual. Just description. Yeah. We're trying to get an idea for a Sid deck. Sid being, I assume, somewhere in here. Sid, Timeless Artificer. 4 mana, 4/4. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each Artificer you control and each Artificer card in your graveyard. And then you can have any number of this in your deck, and it cycles for 2. Trying to figure out, Sid has so many synergies, it's crazy. Hero, artifact creatures, same name, 4 mana, 4 power, draw, discard, cycling, legendary, legendary deaths, historic. So we're trying to break Sid without Sid being the commander. Minimum of 15 Sids. Okay. Weird. It's taking a second to sort out the tags. Okay. So this is pile O ideas. This is our vision board. This is being weird. Uh-oh. Did we break Moxfield? We've been Moxfielding so much today. Okay, weird. It's brought us back to here. All right, let's we'll duplicate this again. Hi, Red. Yep. All right, here we go. All right. So Sid is Sid costs 4. So synergize with like Helga. You can start making Helga very large, and then use her mana to cast Sids. You would need a way to break Legend rule. This is funny, because you really get to play a mind game with your opponents. Because they know that the majority of your deck costs 4, and so they have to. That's funny. I like that. And they have to guess if you're showing if you have a Sid in hand or not. Is Gavi too easy? I don't think so. I don't think Gavi's particularly good here, right? You just get a free. I learned my lesson last time. Let's not do this. Let's just search. You get a free cycle each turn. And then when you draw your second card each turn, make a 2/2. So you're pretty much guaranteed to make a 2/2 on your own turn. You can cycle a Sid each turn. Start loading up your. I think like it works fine, but I don't think it's too easy. It's on there, yeah. Okay, so then we also have the Artificer theme, because it cares about artificers that you control and in your graveyard. So we could just build a deck that includes a lot of these cards. What the hell are you? Tap to bring 1 artifact from your graveyard to your hand. But yeah, and also artificers tend to care about artifacts and things. I think that this is a weaker approach to the deck, which is not a bad thing, but I think the artificer line is not super important. I think it is just kind of a bonus that some cards will just work with this, but I wouldn't be opposed. Sid died. Wait, Sid is back. So it's like you play a Sid, you kill the Sid, or they kill the Sid, you play another Sid. I don't know that this is actually an avenue you can go down, because Sid does cost 4 mana. Oh. You have a same name category, right? Because there's something I'm thinking about here. But yeah. Okay, Commander. So here's some Commander options. All right, Bernard. What's the advantage here? So we're making artifact creatures, which is a thing that he cares about, right? Artifact creatures are getting the buff. Relevant. Cosmic Spider-Man. Cosmic Spider-Man. Interesting. Aku, yeah, you do know about Raph, don't you? Hero. Right. Hero. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that's enough of a connection here. But also the card is new and cool, so that might be enough. Gavi, yes, you get the cycle every turn. I think this is of those three the strongest so far. Helga, I think it's a cool idea, but I think you really need to have a way to break the legend rule with Helga, for the strategy to work, which is not impossible. Joe Grant, I love Joe Grant. When you cycle a card, you put a counter on her. Yeah, this is not a good way to go though. I'd have to think if there was like a particular doctor that cares about this. But yeah, it's not good enough of a payoff. Sakashima and a white green partner. Like, yeah, you could do that. Perry Brown. Oh yeah, I see you have other doctors that are set up here. First historic spell you cast each turn has Convoke, so you can convoke in a Sid and then continue to convoke in artifacts. Some potential there. Wrath gives you the ability to cast your stuff at instant speed, which is Sid and what's most likely a bunch of artifacts as well. Our doctor options might be the fourth doctor, which lets you cast historic things off the top of your library. Sixth doctor, which copies a historic spell once, except the copy isn't legendary. Let's just get another Sid on the board. And Wraith is a hero that can't be blocked with double strike, so this would be a funky little Voltron. I do kind of like this idea, because it's a Voltron that does not put a bunch of things onto the Voltron creature itself. Does she only have cycling because she rides a motorcycle? Yes. Yes. Don't you get it? Cycling. It's cycling. She cycles. You all don't understand card design. Cycling lane. Sid cycles for 2. We have a lot of things that trigger off of cycling happening. I think I would not be me if I didn't also mention this card. This card exists. When enters, you draw 3, and if you have 7 or more cards in hand, you can cycle for 0. Very, very fun with Joe Grant. I have a deck that's built around this. But yeah, that's a card that exists for all of you out there. So there's a funny world where you have a bunch of Sids, you play your new perspectives, you then cycle every Sid that you can get, and since they care about themselves in the graveyard, you give your board a massive boost out of nowhere, for like an alpha strike. It does. The problem is you are then building around a deck that requires one specific card because there is nothing else that does that thing. Cube, you assume, Lord Sephiroth? No, this is we're brainstorming some ideas for a commander deck that is focused on Sid from Final Fantasy. Because I think though the cycling option for Sid is a little rough because it has 2 colored pips for its cycling cost. So there's only so much that you can do. You can't reduce it at all. And so you're spending a hard 2 mana every time for it, and there are just like some better ways to do it. The upside is you are boosting your board, but yeah. Yeah, Sagashima is like, I think if you're looking to break legend rule with this deck, a good way to do it. All right, here is the card that I had in my head when I asked, "Hey, do you have a same name category?" I I have feelings here. So when a creature spell is played, you return all cards with the same name from your graveyard to play. So you spent your time cycling your Sids. It's a bunch in the graveyard. You play 1 Sid. All of your Sids come back. Either you don't worry about the legendary rule, and your payoff is like enter triggers or death triggers, or you do break the legendary rule, and you suddenly have a board full of Sids that are all massive. Because this ability all stacks. So let's say you just have 5 Sids on board. Each individual Sid is giving +1/+1 for each of the 5 Sids on board, and whatever ones you have in the graveyard. So even if you have none in the graveyard, 5 Sids is +25/+25 to each of them. Sid does not boost himself? Boo! I assumed he boosted others. Like, he boosted a relevant type for himself, but not outside. Hmm. Yeah. This is the other one I was thinking for something similar, like in this build. When a non-token creature you control is put into a graveyard, you can search for a copy of it and put it into your hand. So this is Sid dies, find a Sid. Yeah, the like Sphinx of the Chimes is a very cute one. Pitch 2 Sids, draw 4 cards. Oh my god. Cooking. You're all cooking too much. Heroes. Yes. So this is now a new thing, especially with Spider-Man on the horizon. Because Sid does boost heroes, even though he himself is only a human artificer. So that's all the tokens from Final Fantasy, but also all of the Marvel stuff. Is there anything new Spider-Man-y that leans like synergizes particularly well? Because I had not thought about this option before. This is we can web sling them for 1 less mana. Hmm. I don't think there's anything here that's too inspiring for me other than the Wraith option. I think this is very, very cute. Just for fun. What do these have to do with Sid? More power to all 4 engines. Oh, yes. More power 4 as opposed to cost 4. It would be funny if you could just run Eshki Commander, but colors don't line up, unfortunately. Yeah. Mycosynth, yeah, if we turn them into artifacts, then they buff themselves. Swarm of Sid bots. This is make a bunch of small artifact tokens. And then those tokens are big. Terrifying. Right. So turn your stuff into artifacts, return all of the SIDs, make a bunch of very large flying artifact creatures. This is what? Create a Dalek for each lore counter. So you make a bunch of menacing creatures and then destroy all Dalek creatures, and each of your opponents loses life equal to the total power of Daleks, which would probably kill them with a Sid on board. Or destroy all non-Dalek creatures, and then you swing. That's fun. Right? Breaking Legend rule. Sid's pumping a Wolverine. Sid's pumping a Wraith. Past is fantastic. So this is historic synergies, right? Okay. So now, what are there any specific ways that you're leaning here, Cecil? Or because I like a lot of these avenues. What I failed to find was a lot of commanders that I felt strongly about. Weirdly, Wraith was the one that I liked the most. Because this is such it's a weird approach to Voltron, where because you have multiple copies of Sid, you know that you consistently have the thing that pumps this very large, but they're separate on the board. So your opponents have to either figure out, okay, kill the commander, which just comes back, kill the Sid, which they just cast another Sid. Hmm. Trying to think if I have any other suggestions that fit these. Okay. Hear me out. This might be this might be cooking too much. Infinite Guideline Station. Hear me out. Hear me out. Allows you to run 5 colors. Makes artifact creatures that get buffed by Sid. Cares about multicolor permanents. Card is cool. I think the downside to this card is it's not good. The upside to the card is that you have 5 colors, so you can run all of the things that you like the most out of your list. If you can break legendary rule, which you just include the cards that are able to do that, then multiple Sids on board also means more robots are created when this enters, and they're pumping those robots up more. It's also pumping the guideline station. This is just a weird thought. I don't think that it is the best option. It is just yeah. It's a hard deck to build effectively. Look, you've come to the right place. What Esper commander would fit the biotransference idea? Let me look at biotransference again. Creatures are artifacts. Creature spells are artifacts. Creatures you don't own that aren't on the battlefield are artifacts. You're thinking Noctis, Cecil? I think Noctis would be okay. The thing is, like, I'm not worried about having access to Sid, and I still have to pay full price plus 3 life to cast them out of the graveyard. You could do the other one, or one of the ones from the pre-con. This one, Gratia. When you cast a non-creature spell, you pay X life, where X is this spell's mana value. You make a hero and put counters on it. There's some synergy there. Yeah. But yeah, Noctis does not care about equipments. He just cares about artifacts in general. It's not too bad. Uh, you can also, I guess, take the easy way out and just go. Urza Chief Artificer. Affinity for artifact creatures. Artifact creatures have menace. It makes constructs. Hmm. Oh, Mendicant? That's a pretty solid Sid option. So what do I think is the most fun? Theme, not necessarily commander. I for me, I really like the idea of using something like Blood Bond March together with Sid. I don't think I've seen this approach to it at all. I just people have not been as excited about building Sid decks because it takes a little bit more work to put them together than something like Simon Against Humanity. And so I people have not really been thinking to go multicolor, like past 2 or 3 colors for it. Uh, that is the thing that interests me. Doing something with a lot of these cards, um, all together. It just means that you need like a 4 or 5 color commander. Yeah, because like the Avon Shrine and Tuco Shrine thing, like that seems really interesting. That isn't Joda. I mean, like it can be Joda if you want it to, but I think at that point the commander is a little bit more for the colors than it is for the effect. I'm trying to think because I think green and black is a good place to start. You get to run Blood Bond March, but you can also do the stuff with biotransference. And so we need to be able to run Sid though. We need every color but red. What are those options? Everything but red. That's Witch Maw. Cosmic Spider-Man is the hero. I guess yeah. Because I don't think red gives us a ton. I don't know that we need red here. Yeah, it's TNT SIDS. Um, yeah, it's Atraxa SIDS. It's not that Atraxa. It's Atraxa SIDS. The Sidquisition. Yeah. Oh, Silas. Yeah, Silas. You need green and white, which are not good. Yes, Synergy. Silas Sidar. I weird Cody deck. I mean, yeah, you are able to continue to cycle them, I suppose. Yeah, black has Echoing Return, right? Like I like that idea. But what is the thing that brings this all together? Technically do partner commanders? Certainly. You could definitely do partner commanders. There's a couple combinations that we were talking about that might work. 5-color Ang, yeah, except we don't, we can't, it doesn't, it does not, we don't know enough for it to function yet. Like, we know how it works, but we don't have enough card support for it. Doppelganger section. Because, like, Sakashima is a really good choice as a partner. And, like, we can always just go with something, like, that gives us the right colors after that point. Yeah, good old Locket of Yesterdays. Oh, God. I have... I have a super cursed idea. This is Caramel. What if it was Sid Slivers? It does not have to be. It does not have to be significantly slivers. But what this does, it gives you 5 colors. You choose the creature type hero, and so it turns your Sids into heroes. It turns everything else into hero. It turns your slivers into heroes. Or yeah, because if you want to be able to pump them, or you turn them into artificers to be able to pump it. This is I don't know that I can encourage this, but slivers. I don't honestly know what this deck looks like. This is the one. This is a pet card of mine. Like I really like this. I really like this design. Yeah, it accomplishes that thing of allowing Sid to kind of affect everything. And so you have this. I, I gotta be honest. This is the one I think I like the most, and nobody in the world will have this deck. Need some protection slots? I mean, certainly, yeah. But you have an advantage where you can set up without having to play this early. Next Wednesday deck tech, I'm totally down. Except for the 6 of Astillion. Yeah, look, it's but we know, because here is the proof that this is Cecil's deck. Ooh, good catch, Targ. That you almost blew your one question on asking if you could ask a question. But yeah, you can ask a question. Yeah, this is this idea makes me really happy. You want something to do with Moonlight Meditation and Boarded Window? Making token copies of this? That's funny. You want something that can do a chunk of tokens or consistently make tokens? Yeah, Cecil, I think it's decided. That's what the deck's got to be. It's got to be Sid Slivers, Sliver Man. If you come back to me with uh, with like some sort of build, I would love to look at it and help to develop it with you. Um, chunk of tokens. By the way, Hermes, this commander is so much better than you all. That like this commander is really good. I like also that both of these Hermes are different. This card's really good. The fact that the birds are flying in vigilance, so good. Um, hmm. And we need we need at least blue. Mm-hmm. That's tricky though, because like a lot of those token commanders are not actually the source, like the main source of tokens. They just support tokens because the rest of your deck does that thing. Um hmm. Oh, new Elsha is very cute. I like that. That's a good option. Yeah, Ovika. That's a little that Ovika is really good. The problem with Ovika is you're not able to get that setup going very early, but once you do, you will make so many. Like I don't know that I have a good answer for you to your specific question, Targ, but if I was building a deck with that concept, uh I wouldn't there's so many good like mass token cards. I wouldn't be focused on the command zone. I'd be focused on how do I assemble that thing. I would try and find a commander that is better at that, or that cares about pulling that off more. But yeah. All right. We have one more deck tech for today. Autumn has submitted a Teysa Karlov deck. See if there are notes here. So this Teysa is the one that doubles creature dying triggers and gives your creature tokens vigilance and lifelink. So let's see. Autumn said, coming back to Commander and trying to rebuild an old Teysa deck. Really open to feedback to balance it around bracket 3 and still make sure it can be competitive. We can do that. Okay. So I think we're going to see a lot of classics here. We have sack outlets. We have creatures that are easy to return. We have token makers. Easy. This is typically an aristocrat strategy where we're sacrificing creatures for value and to drain out our opponents. This does look like it's been updated some. So we're not starting from an older list, but I think we're looking for suggestions because we have stuff from the most recent release, Servandum. Yeah, and Sephiroth here. Yeah, this has got some powerful cards. Does this Teysa deck actually care about the Vigilance and Lifelink? Yeah. I don't think so. Because these tokens already have lifelink. This is cool. Oh yeah, Umbral Collar Zealot for sure. We rata dropping. Seems pretty good here. The Shadow Heart here is interesting. This is generally better in an environment where you have large things to sacrifice. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the Orzhov Aristocrat classics. Searching for equipment. Interesting. Orzhov with that nerd girl removal suite. Oof. Okay. Greaves on my list to get rid of. Boots, same thing. I don't think this... You learned something from Mauled Chat yesterday? I doubt that, but please share. Let's see, making more tokens. Sacrifice and death payoffs. You probably don't need this black market connections here. Anawan and Core Women. Oh no. Grave Pact. Ooh. We're mean. More payoff. Land count is a little light. I would not go any lighter than this. No Field of the Dead. I mean, like, I guess, let's look, because we're aiming for bracket 3, right? We've only got one game changer. Field of the Dead is on the table. All right. We're looking at we're looking at a straightforward aristocrat strategy. I think we are just updating this for because they Autumn said they want it to be competitive. I think some things I would suggest here. There's like we have Warren Soul Trader, we have Phyrexian Altar. It depends on if you want to be running like oh, I need to duplicate this. You know, like that you just need the Gravecrawler for a win in this bracket. Oh my god. This is canon? Not the Gravecrawler, but what you all are saying in chat. Carrion Feeder is a good outlet as well. Yeah, let's move this to sideboard. Definitely Umbral. Collar Zealot. Just a new staple sacrifice outlet. Oh, there's also, do they have Sothera here? Yeah, they have the planet in here, I think. Yeah, Susur Secundi is here. I'm like trying to block that information out of my brain. Yeah, so like if we're in a deck that's okay running Grave Pact, I think we're definitely in a deck that's happy to run Sothera. The deck is surprisingly. Oh no, Paleosplenter's here. There we go. Oh, like Forgotten Miner. CMC can't run Pov. Right? Is this what's the Forsaken Miner? Forsaken Miner. There we go. 9 Lives Familiar, I'm not as hot on. Just because you can't get a bunch of you need to have crimes, yes, but generally these decks will just have them. Because like blood where's oh, there's not a Blood Artist here. Blood Artist is normally a source. Sephiroth is also a source of crimes. There's not as many though, I guess. Yeah, I'm okay with the deck not running Blood Artist. It's good, but you know they all do the same thing, and if you are focused more on your strategy, then oftentimes these are better if they're hitting all Yeah, not quite enough. I think that Denethor is not quite good enough in this deck, period. It's fine. But my opinion is the card is just like underpowered compared to a lot of this other stuff. It doesn't even read that good. Twilight Prophecy is opposite of what you want. Oh yeah, this is just I think generic card that went. This used to be also like a super staple for Commander, and so it doesn't surprise me to see it here. But yeah, I think that's super cuttable. I also think Shadowheart's very very cuttable here. Pawn. Does this hold up here? Pawn of Ulamog? Pawn is tough if they're trying to sack tokens. You know what? Do we have enough to sacrifice here? I mean, like, yeah, Ocelot Pride is Ocelot Pride. Like, you can jam that in any deck that even kind of has to do with anything, and the card is good. Like, I'll put it in the. Like, what are our sources of tokens? Because we have 2 here that make tokens continuously. Oh yeah, I want to put this black market connections away. What's the giveaway raffle for? Yeah, it's a nerd girl thing. Endrick Sar, yeah, that's a good suggestion. Does anybody remember how do you spell this? Endrek. Yes, Yawgmoth. Now we're talking. Everybody. Thank you for jogging my memory on the last deck tech of the day. Thran. Just let me type Thran. Yeah, card's super busted. Oh, we need some. What are 2 good game changers to add to this? Like there's some obvious ones. You know, you could always just chuck some tutors in there. You know, Smothering Tithe is Smothering Tithe. Citadel seems like the strong choice here. No, Schultz. That and Bowmasters. Is it boluses? Yes, boluses. Tithe and Field. Yeah, but do we have things that care about treasures? Because we have what, Marionette Apprentice. Um, uh, oh yeah, Markwood bats. And then we do have doublers, I guess. We have Mondrak doubling. I don't love uh I don't love agent here because we have a commander that people like to remove. And I'd rather have a card that does it on its own for this. I don't know. Personally, I like Bowmasters better here because it's also a really good source of sacrifice fodder. Because if somebody puts the trigger on the stack, then you just sacrifice your 1/1 army, make a new army. Like to me, that plays in better than the other ones. Although it's hard to go wrong when your other options are Field of the Dead and Smothering Tithe. Soldevi, I don't think we need Soldevi in this because it's only a single sacrifice, and we don't have a lot of big targets for it. We're generally grinding up smaller things. What is Severina? I guess it's you have that sack outlet there. Sacrifice another creature, gain 2 life, and draw a card. But that's not fantastic. Um, Bartolome, I'm also going to put as another sacrifice outlet option. Sifter of Skulls, huh? Also a thing that cares about non-token creatures dying. Alenda is real good here. It's in the deck, right? Yeah. Alenda is real good here. Dark Confidant. Dark Confidant's been power crept. Bob is still a hero. Yeah. What do we sacrifice in this deck? That's what I said before too, is like I don't know that we have enough ways to produce the tokens that we want to sacrifice. I'm trying to think what options I like the most. Because I think from some of the card choices here, it seems like we're on mostly token sacrifice, but we do need more sources of them. Sangir Autocrat. All right, old man. I'm switching the printing too because I said old man. But yeah, I think that's actually a good suggestion. Camball. We have this Camball in here. Dreadhorde Invasion. It's fine. I think the other two ones that are in here are better. Avenger of the Fallen. Oh, mobilize, mobilize. You're thinking Voice of Victory definitely works here. We definitely run Voice of Victory here. Pack Beasts if you're desperate, but yeah. Good calls, everyone. Hey, Zippy. Thank you. Sedgemoor Witch, I don't think we have the spells for it. Elena's Hierophant. Yeah, that's one of those ones where I'm like, you need another piece to make it work. And like we do have a decent amount of life gain. But I'm not as hot on on individual pieces that require another piece to exist on the board. This also doesn't actually have a lot of ways to go, like, to to gain cards. We could use like a Morbid Opportunist here. I still think we haven't quite solved the... This is the double death trigger tokens get stuff, Teysa. Does the new... Is it Venom? What character... What's the... Agent Venom, non-token. This also, they all care about non-token because that's the safe way to do those. Oh, also, like, Myriad? Like, cheap Myriad. There's Worms Crossing Patrol, which I like. I think the rest of these are a little expensive. But this is 1 mana to produce 4 bodies. Or 3 bodies, but yeah. Schultz, are you thinking the 2 mana creature that makes 1/1s for multicoloreds? I don't think it's quite good enough. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's quite good enough. Pack Beast is okay. Dreadhorde General. Oh, Liliana. Yeah. I actually think that's reasonable to be in this deck. You could also do like Elspeth. Elspeth, super good crazy card. Iron Will Forger I like, but I since it doesn't do anything without Teysa on the board, and Teysa is like well-known lightning rod, I avoid those stuff. Planeswalker that does Thrall. Oh, what's his face? Also a little, yes, Zot. Tevesh. Taser works with Lolth. I don't know if that's still enough to make Lolth good, but we'll see. Let's see. Creature you control dies. Yeah, that does work. So be 2 loyalty counters every time a creature you control dies. Um, God, I wish Loth was better. This card is just still not good enough. It does do something. It's just not a lot, right? It's like the -8. It's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, wanting to run it and the card making you happy is always enough reason to run the card. Just know that it won't do much. Oh yeah, right. I want to look back at these. There's not really a good reason to run these. I don't think our attacks just never matter, and it's not enough for just the protection. Like it's bleh. Voice of Victory, yes. Voice of Victory was discussed. So let's take a look at what we've suggested here. Right, here's our sideboard. We've made 18 suggestions. Yeah, in general, the mobilize was a good idea, and that reminded me Myriad would also be good here. Some updates for sack outlets. A little bit more card advantage with Yawgmoth, Morbid Opportunist. Tevesh kind of does a lot of that together. More token makers here. Oh, I want to move this to... this was a cut. We have 2 more game changers. Token doublers. I think this is a good adjustment. I think, yeah, including any of these. I'm gonna see if there's any other things I would cut out of this, like, easily, and then I think we're done for the day. Woo! Oh, I think this suite of removal is fine, and Vindicate is actually pretty weak, being at sorcery speed. We can toss that. Cut Ink Shield. You only hold out 5 mana in this deck. I think you totally can. Like, here's my general opinion. I think you cut Ink Shield in most decks. However, it's really fun when you get to do the thing. So I'm okay to leave it here. Yeah, like Batwing Broom is reasonable here. Yeah. Also, I think we can drop Blasphemous Edict. I don't think that this benefits us. This could just be any other board wipe. We already looked. This deck doesn't quite make large masses of tokens. It just makes enough to be able to consistently grind value out of them. Yeah. Weirdly, I want to cut Ashnod's Altar. We don't actually use it to cast much. But it is Ashnod's Altar. But yeah, I think that's a good place to leave this for here. We've provided a lot of good adjustments to a deck that, like, there's a lot of pieces here that are pretty standard that you'd want to keep. Cool. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for a very full day of deck techs. We got to see a really wide range of things, especially considering the day started with, I think, 5 red decks, which were even within those couple, like, very diverse. As you all know, we do this every Wednesday. However, I believe that next week it will be on Thursday, just because of we will have an event on Wednesday, which I don't remember if it is announced or not. But yeah. But yeah, so this is usually done every Wednesday, but next week it will be done on Thursday. This has been pretty great. Let me see who is available. All right, everybody. Sending over to our good friend Amara, who's having some fun on MTGO right now. I will see you all soon, I'm sure, at the very least next Thursday for some more deck techs. Yeah, that's it. Bye, everybody.